We are continuing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. I think we're in case 5? Like halfway through case 5. There's a solid chance that we finish this today. Solid chance. I'm also realizing my headset volume is much too low. Alright. Let me fix one thing at a time, please. That's better. Okay. That shouldn't affect the stream volume. That's just my headset. Yeah, just everyone yell at me for being 10 seconds early. Oh, Ig, you've got the wrong redeems. Oh, Ig, the audio's fucked. Ha 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 ha. Oh, isn't it great? I've been homeless for 3 months. Cut me some slack. Right. Continue. Right. You were in the middle of accusing Gavel and her son of being in the... Alright. Alright. Right, can I play the game now? Right, let me see. What was going on here? What motive? Who knows? Oh, very professional. Nothing to say. I'm innocent. The actions make us seem suspicious. Yeah, honestly, the whole the motivation for accusing these people seems really weak. This is a professional environment. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to turn it off. There. And now give it like 20 minutes or so. Mystic or someone will come into the stream and complain that it's off. I was like, hey, it's off. Why is it off? Why have you turned it off? Like, please, I'm having a bad day. I just want to relax and play video game. Right. Speaking of video game. What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off of the roof? If the two of them were working together, the problem with the lock goes away. They then work to hide the body together too, by dragging it over to the Taurosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. This theory hangs together pretty well, I have to say. No, it doesn't. It makes no sense. It leaves so much evidence unaccounted for. And certainly the case that they could have carried out the murder if they were working together. I don't think we stand to gain much by disputing that. Yes, so what do we do instead? We listen carefully to his testimony once more. See if we can tease anything out of value.
Hold it!
Goes away how exactly? Yeah, I thought you might try this. But you and I both know exactly how. Let me make it nice and simple for you. First, he pushes the president off the roof. Pushes? Okay. Then the kid opens the combination lock because he knows the code. Yep, kid opens code, knows lock, gotcha. No, Kate, the other way round? And that's it. It's that simple. No more lock to worry about. No more objections about her not being able to get in because she didn't know the code. That would explain away the problem of the lock, it's true. Thank you for your clear and incisive explanation, Agent Lang. Please, continue. I will. And hopefully this next part will shut you up for good. They work to hide the body together too. They're stuffing it inside the suit. That's the key statement. I'll press it. Hello, Huey. The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain that there was a body in there at the time, can you? Maybe not, but we can take a look right now. Let's open it up and see what's inside. I'd put money on us finding proof that it was there. Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers?
Oh, not at all. It might be a little ripe, though. Gets pretty sweaty in there.
It's filthy.
Yeah, that's weird. I always clean it out pretty good. If you don't, it can get kind of moldy.
In other words, what we're looking at is proof somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body. I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. He probably would have gotten pretty dirty. Exactly. Well, everybody happy? The inside the suit's covered with dirt. It must be from where the body was hidden there. Okay, new statement. And with this game's track record, the new statement is always the key statement. So we either press this or find something that goes against it. And I mean, he's pretty clean looking overall, really. He's got some yellow guff on him. I don't have a picture to look at again, but I don't think there was any yellow guff in there. I'll press first, because I'm unsure.
Hold it!
If the dirt is from when the body was hidden inside the suit, we're assuming... Oh, there we go. Now I get to see it again. It's got some white flecks of stone, concrete, something. And then lots of dirt, but none of this matches what's on the body itself. We're assuming that it came directly from the body, correct? What are you even talking about? Of course we are. Where else would it have come from? It really is pretty filthy in there, huh? The dirt got everywhere. Especially around the part where the chest would have been. The chest? I think that might be an important clue. His theory hangs together pretty well. Yeah, okay. That's just the looping dialogue we already had. But yeah, there's no sign of the yellow guff that got on the body. So I think this is the case that we object with this. Objection!
Objection!
So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. Would it be safe to say that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Yeah, it really is. But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt. Yeah, fine. So what's your explanation? How did all that dirt get inside there? Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in the suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president? Come on, Kay, think. Where was it? Is something the matter, Kay? I've seen dirt like that somewhere else, I'm sure of it. Oh. Wait, what? How did... But that doesn't... But it has to? I don't understand how, but sure. Just can't think where. Dirt with weird little grey bits in it. Grey bits? She's right, there is something mixed in there. Stuck to something else we looked at. Lots of it. Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe. It's probably worth checking. Does one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it? Yes.
Take that!
As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something grey. Uh-huh. And? We discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right, the dirt does look similar, but so what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these grey flecks of yours? I believe the grey flecks are... I want to say concrete. Because it would match with all the broken up bits of rubble here. It doesn't make sense for it to be anything else. Surely they're flecks of concrete.
Oh, like all the little broken up bits around the footprints, you mean? Concrete.
Exactly. And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and grey flecks belong to?
Chairman Winner! We found them in his garage.
That's right. We visited the garage at his home earlier today, and we found a pair of mechanic's gloves covered in dirt. If I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel too. Why would a pair of mechanic's gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why. Because somebody wore them while they used that hammer and shovel. They smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances.
Wait, so you're saying...
Yes, and we finally know what these footprints really are. It seems highly likely they were dug by Chairman Winner.
Highly likely?
If that's so, then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they possibly serve? Why indeed. I imagine he must have been either digging something up or burying something. Oh, wait, so is the shape... The fact that it's hoof shape, is that just entirely coincidental? If he was trying to bury something, then there would be more evidence of him trying to cover it up, I suppose. If you wanted to bury something, you wouldn't go through concrete, so I guess he's digging something up. I think he must have been digging something up. I imagine events unfolded somewhat like this. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side entrance and gained access from there. He then used the sledgehammer and shovel to dig the free footprints.
But why?
When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes.
But then Sean must have showed up, right?
I think he did, yes. Chairman Winner would have to find a hiding place, and the Taurosaurus suit provided just that.
Yeah. You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves?
Well, it's good,
but it's all just speculation. We don't have any proof that he was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of here before the kid even showed up.
But he didn't, and there's proof of that right there in the footage. It shows that Chairman Winner was still present when the recording was made.
What?
It's a shame that Agent Lang didn't notice it himself. But if we compare the situation as we see it now, the situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, and compare that in turn with what we saw in Chairman Winner's garage, just alternating. Oh, it's that bag. It's that bag in the upper left. Oh, I didn't put that together because the game hasn't really showed those two pictures next to each other before, but yeah, now it's pretty clear now. Okay. What part of this image shows us that Chairman Winner was still here? That. Look at the bag next to the Taurosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winner's garage. The same bag, the dirt on the gloves. That has to indicate a connection, surely. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winner in the suit. And if he was in there, the president's body can't have been.
Ah.
Good. It seems I've convinced Agent Lang of the flaws in his theory.
Somebody get to Chairman Winner's house right away. We need to know what's in that bag.
Yes, sir. Y'all done lost your minds. I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this hog swill?
This is all we need.
Them right there's Taurosaurus footprints, dang it. Ain't no holes dug by no old guy.
I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are.
Don't matter to me none what you done just did. Yep, what you just done did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told y'all, I seen that big bad bull with my own 2 eyes.
The giant eye peering in at the window. I thought we'd gotten past that nonsense.
We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalists will we be if we did, huh?
Responsible ones. But I guess that's the whole problem.
Wait, ain't like it was just the footprints, no how. You were seen fraternizing with one of them there monsters, ain't that correct, young man? By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken.
We're never going to get anywhere with these two around.
Maybe if we could prove to them that there wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas?
Yeah, it's the fucking film crane. How are you this... It's a film crane with one of the waterproof mats over the top of it. Fine. I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do.
What are you two whispering about? Y'all are hiding something, ain't you? Admit it. Quick, Tabby, roll tape.
Hold it!
Could I politely ask that you both calm down? The monster the boy was seen talking to. We know what it was now.
Huh?
That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery.
It did.
The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature of the lake. Your so-called monster is right here in this picture.
I don't see no Gordy. That ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot.
You're talking...
You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography.
What was Miss Nichols' Gordy really? The fucking camera. Why is this such a sticking point? Holding up the entire case. That's right. It was a camera crane. That is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy.
What?
Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. A viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question were attached to a crane.
Bull! How the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh?
Objection!
How indeed. Miss Nichols,
Yes?
you told us that you think you might need new glasses, didn't you?
Yeah, my eyesight got way worse all of a sudden.
And I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness?
That's right. I only really saw a silhouette. But you done told us. Skin like an enormous worm, you said. Y'all about to try and tell us your precious crane up and grew skin somehow? Ain't even no flesh on them metal bones, let alone skin.
You're entirely correct, of course, about the crane, as it was in this particular picture anyway. But it did have a skin of a sort last night.
I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is plumb crazy. You want Tabby and me to starve, is that it?
That wasn't my intent at all. But I do think it's time I finally put them both out of their misery. Oh my gosh. This is dragging on for something that has no relevance to the case whatsoever. For fuck's sake. You're idiots. Miss Nichols told us that it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end. But I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin.
What? Ah, heck.
Well, Sean, am I mistaken?
Oh, you see everything, don't you? I gotta say, you're pretty amazing.
I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the light.
Next, you're gonna tell us that the One Piece isn't real. We would say nothing of the sort. The existence of the One Piece has nothing to do with the non-existence of Gordy. And just like that, the dream dies.
Again.
Chief. I think that may have finally shut them up. I thought the kid was holding out on us. It seems I could have been a little wrong, maybe.
Alright, we know what this so-called monster was now. Everybody happy?
Everybody except these two.
Oh, Agent Lang! The President's autopsy report is out, sir. It is? Oh, let me see it. Death was due to full-body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. So we have our cause of death. He was crushed.
Just as we thought.
Well, yeah?
It feels really dumb of him to just jump to conclusions and want to arrest people before the evidence is even available. He's like, oh yeah, he must have fallen off the roof, even though there's no sign of external injury from a 51-story fall. Like, no, everyone in this case is a goddamn idiot.
Test results still haven't come back from the yellow substance found on his chest. But they did find gunshot residue on his right hand.
Gunshot residue? Oh, guess he was a kid at heart, huh?
Gunshot residue, Kay. It's a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. Its presence indicates that the president may have used a gun.
Really? We didn't find a gun anywhere, did we?
Indeed not. Which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was.
Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you were right.
Oh, amazing. Does that mean Judge Gavelle isn't a suspect anymore?
Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before last, but the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. And we know that the Torosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly.
Oh, what a relief.
Sorry, might be a little too soon to celebrate.
What?
Sure, I think we can accept that the falling head must have been what killed the president. But that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall. Or who.
We know it happened late last night. We have to think about who was here at that time.
What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean...
I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean?
We're accusing the 12-year-old of murdering a foreign president. Okay. Not... These games, right? Okay, they have to go down a lot of dead ends for you to prove them wrong, because that's like the core gameplay loop, but... Come on. Come on. Every time they've accused a child, it's like, what the fuck are you smoking? Because isn't this like the third or fourth time in this entire series that a child has been accused of murder? Like a literal under 15-year-old. One day they'll get an evil child who loves murder. Oh my gosh, we had Albie in the other game, in Spirit of Justice. We've had Maya in the first game when she was still Babby. And we had Maya like 4 times and she was still like pre-18. Greb is not a child. Greb is just short.
The kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right where the body was found. He saw the footprints. And yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened? That's a big ask, surely.
Objection!
We haven't yet established if the footprints had anything to do with the murder. Yeah, Dahlia wasn't a child either. So even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved.
Maybe not, but but his face tells me different. And his sweaty milk. Which is, clearly it's clearly been flipped horizontally for his sprite. Because the text is backwards. As does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf. It does seem like Agent Lang might be onto something, but I don't think Sean's going to talk. Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking?
What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang?
The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days.
You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted?
It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting to the truth.
Detective Gumshoe,
You have access to exactly such a device, do you not?
Sure do. A little V. Good. And that should make this nice and quick.
Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question?
Why me?
I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst.
Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but all right. Are there new clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder? Are there? Up. Are you serious? Are you serious? He just appears. Like, that is not there. Alright. Yeah. The best cases in this series is when they give you all the puzzle pieces and you can sort of piece it together as the case goes along. The worst cases are when they just pull evidence out of their arse out of nowhere and it completely changes everything you've been trying to figure out so far. What the?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see. There!
What is it? What's the matter? Show me.
Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks that you share your findings.
Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely.
There's a person there. It's the president?
Oh my. What? You're kidding, right?
Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you?
This doesn't look good for Sean at all.
Oh, wait, this doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there.
I don't believe you. And the image does in fact prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid. You murdered President Wang.
But no, that's ridiculous. Why would he...
Also, this proves nothing. Just them both being there at the same time. I mean, alright.
Sean, you didn't. You can't have. Can you?
Even your mother is doubting you based on the fact that they were just in the same location. Really?
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that.
Surely even you can't deny that this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. He claimed he knew nothing about what happened, but the president's right there with him.
Feel like the milk is the correct way round now that he's facing left. Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know. Detective Gumshoe, you have such a high-tech piece of equipment? Goofshoe putting his foot through a tablet PC. Yes, sir, kinda.
He's right. He's right, Sean. Be honest now. It's the only way. The truth is, it was all my fault. Sean, what did you do? It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off the trailer. I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using. I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. But then my mom called and I left the set to go talk to her. When I came back after the call, Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof and the president was just there, lying next to it. No.
We did find evidence of a fire having broken out up on the roof.
It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself. Are we saying the president died because of Sean?
Well, if he did, that will make this whole thing just an accident. What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground?
I took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof and put it back together again. You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid. It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater off.
Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed and the head would have fallen down onto the ground below. Oh, that's Kay.
You're right. The fire caused the head to fall.
Indeed. And I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them.
And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place? Thank you, Fluffy. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day. How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear. I still don't believe you. Why would President Wayne come to a place like this in the middle of the night?
His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. You met Judge Gavelle up on the roof 2 nights ago, but he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we'll need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed. Okay. A redesign of your character? Or another character of yours? I'd love to see if you've got anything you want to share, Fluffy. You know I'm always interested. Right, prep the kit, and you turned on the heater, okay? You must have left it burning. Okay. When you came back, the head had fallen from the roof. Can we get more details about the president? Did you notice anything unusual about the body?
I don't know. It was dark.
He suddenly seems even more reticent than usual.
I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more on that?
Yes!
Oh, no, I've got enough information. Just throw the kid in jail. It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I'd better find out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw someone lying on the ground. And yet, you didn't.
Yeah, because what was the point? He was dead.
So you said. What I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead?
He was lying on the ground and that huge head was right next to him. It didn't take much to figure out what must have happened.
Objection!
You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him? How did you really know? I'll tell you how. Because you checked.
Fine, I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked and he wasn't breathing.
So I was right. But why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at that point?
I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. He was completely clean.
Well, that's a contradiction.
But yeah, he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew he was dead.
Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind. No blood and nothing on his clothes. Yeah, no, but his body totally has stuff on his clothes. Objection! Nothing on his clothes. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that?
No, the horns are not real. He's an actor in a film about a giant cow monster. There's something you're clearly hoping that we've forgotten.
Oh, what are you talking about? There isn't. That's not true.
Unluckily for you, we remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. You've studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. An absence I find suspicious, to say the least.
Oh, that's, I
hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation. You interrupted my theme song, Judge Gavelle.
Allow me to explain.
You? But...
The yellow residue on the president's chest, I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise.
Lion lilies?
2 nights ago, when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wang's chest was pollen from those flowers.
Huh?
But they're not there in the printout from the security camera. Only because the president is in the way.
But why give him flowers?
That is not something I am at liberty to divulge.
What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with him, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers?
My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
Objection!
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that?
I cannot.
Seriously, Your Honor? Some things you won't explain, the rest you can. Come on, you gotta give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it?
Hey, you leave her alone. Sean. I threw the flowers away, okay?
You did? But they were there when you first found the body.
Yeah, they were right there on his chest.
And they were squashed completely flat.
I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed along with the president.
And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. And that does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it?
No reason.
He's almost as evasive as his mother.
More secrets? Oh, they're quite a pair. There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet.
Huh?
You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mum with them.
And felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion.
No, you got it all wrong.
That's his least convincing lie yet. Okay. Evidence updated.
I often decorate our home with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered.
So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse. Yeah. Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my taste.
Why? What's wrong with nice?
I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us he was responsible for the head falling in the first place.
Yeah, he did, but...
So he's still our only suspect. The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However... Greb.
I opened up a new business on Etsy under Iggy's name.
She sells clothes there. I guess that makes her tailor-made.
It's my attempt at grab. Wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy.
What? Who?
The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago.
Oh, that's right. We had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor.
I made Grab sound like Fender. An attempt was made.
A refrigeration unit in a depot.
Yeah. Lucky it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him.
Sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud.
Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given too?
Yep, we found the bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. Breezy's. Apparently it's super strong.
Okay. Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this.
Oh yeah? And this secret mastermind of yours was here last night too?
That I can't yet say.
Val, time to have some
Not
water.
like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you for the hydrate. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Of course.
So I was right. The kid is still our only suspect.
Not quite. I can think of another.
What?
Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night.
Chairman Winner? You think he killed President Wang?
Why not? We've proven that he was present. And if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say?
Winner? Could he really have...
It's certainly another possibility to consider.
12 years ago, he was...
That number again.
Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends. Our family being the ones who kept him safe. Lang? Like the Lang from 12 years ago? Yup, good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you.
Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago?
Nothing to do with you.
I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case.
And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead, show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this.
Proof?
If you can't prove it, this conversation's over.
Does any of the evidence we've collected show a link between recent events and those of 12 years ago? Good question! Oh. Never mind, it's the literal first piece of evidence in my inventory. There you go. This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago.
What? But...
And that's not all. Take a look at this. It's a report about Bronco Knight written by Warden Lagarde. It was addressed to Chairman Winner. This last part in particular should be of interest to you.
Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. In front of the planter.
Something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wang not long afterward. There's a connection between the two murders. There has to be. And I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong?
These are old wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name.
Please, Agent Lang. We need to know. Who on earth was that?
Shifu!
Oh, it's his gang.
Huh? What are you all doing here?
We came to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago.
Idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now.
We can't do that, sir.
What? You're disobeying a direct order?
Please, sir, I'm begging you. All three of us identical triplets are. You have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you've figured out what happened, and we can't either.
Well, Agent Lang, it seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too.
Oh, you think it's that easy? That you could solve the case just like that?
I think we can. Together.
Huh. Well, all right then. Offer accepted.
Yes, Shifu, Shifu, Shifu.
All right.
Nice. I guess it's my turn to step up.
I'm sorry, Kay.
You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that.
Ah, you mean Mr. Thief.
I sure do. If you can give me the details of the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you.
Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case.
Huh? How come?
Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret.
Really? Why?
It beats me. Somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know, I read in newspaper articles from the time.
That's fine. Just tell us what you can.
All right. The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th, to be precise. Your police received the call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zhengfa.
So he was kidnapped?
Yeah. SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million.
$100 million? How much money even is that?
More than you can imagine, it seems.
The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Zhengfa until midnight on the 10th. Nobody knows what happened with the president after that until he was kidnapped. $1 million. Anyway, our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over, and the president came home safely.
So, President Wang was head honcho even back then?
Wow, go Mr. President. The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him.
Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated.
It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial.
The trial? So a suspect was arrested?
Yeah, none other than our friend Fifi Lagarde.
What? Is that why you visited the prison?
It is. I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. And I wanted to see who I was dealing with.
She was found not guilty then, wasn't she?
Yep. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. But they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force, though, and he worked the case alone until eventually he found a suspect. Lagarde. And if he thought she did it... oh, excuse me. And if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent.
How much even is that?
$100 million. 10% of $1 billion. 10 times 10 million. That many dollars, Kay. 100.
Okay, I get it.
But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether.
So we had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde.
He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know.
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene.
There's really nothing we can do.
You look like you could use a hand, says somebody off screen. Who's this now? Ah.
Mommy. Franziska.
And Mr. Fender.
Well, we finally wrapped things up over at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids were up to.
Yeah.
What's this?
It says SS5 Incident Investigation Report.
Oh, how convenient.
When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it. And this was what Interpol provided.
Nice work, Franziska.
Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case.
I owe you, sis. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret.
Yes. But that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Winner.
He was the prosecutor in charge?
Him again?
Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son.
Eustace. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us? Sounds like we owe him.
Prosecutor Eustace Winner is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. But he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your case over there.
He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor.
Indeed he is. All right. Now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene no problem.
Can I look through it first? February 10th, 12 years ago. President kidnapped, ransom for $100 million. President's presence at embassy until midnight, confirmed by Dalong Lang. Prosecutor in charge Excelsius Winner, suspect Fifi Lagarde. How is this enough information for you to work off of when it's the exact same information? There is literally nothing new here. But okay, sure. Excellent. Let's get started. According to the file... Yeah, but I can't look at any other bits of it. The incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now.
Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody.
I want to be allowed to read it. It's evidence in a freaking crime investigation game. Why would you withhold it from me? Alright, Kay. If you could set Mr. Thief in motion.
Sure. Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start?
Good question. Let's see. It seems there was an eyewitness. A freelance journalist by the name of Alpha Aldown. Alpha Down? Did he perhaps fall over? But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping.
So this is where he saw it all happen, huh?
Here? As in the big building?
No. Construction of the big building only began a year ago. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that...
Yeah, now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been a happy family home.
Like for retired people?
Thank you, Gak.
Rosie Ring ran out, fall down. Yes.
Yes. No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage, in other words.
The president was kidnapped from an orphanage?
Yeah, and the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. She called it her happy little home.
As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion.
President Wang, Excelsius winner, and Warden Lagarde. Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Okay, could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Aldown? It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president.
So if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice.
God.
Thank you. Bing bong. Okay. Oh damn, he did fall down.
Oh, what the heck is this?
When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports describe it.
Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 AM the morning after the murder.
And it seems it had been snowing.
Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up from being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime the previous day.
In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. Okay, let's start investigating.
Valerie needs water.
As soon as I've had a drink.
Stop slouching.
Oh,
Oh, excuse me. These footprints stop by the body.
I guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldown, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that, about a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match.
Okay. These footprints go toward the body and come back.
According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty average, in other words. Seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though.
Okay. Oh, Abby's first. Congrats. These planters. Oh, that's why he was digging up like that. It was the positions of the planters 12 years ago. On the left, at least. Because that's where the orphanage is now the location of the big building, and the empty plot is going to be on the left side there. So that explains that.
According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side.
Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before.
Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter.
Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow.
Weird. How come there's only one? It looks like somebody dropped it. That's the lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family Liliaceae.
flower.
A lion lily, you say?
Nobody's first? Oh. Wait. So what does that mean then? Does that just mean no one's here? You're all 0? Hiya, Nug. Good to see you.
10 seconds left for a hype train to start. I don't think it's gonna. It's fine. Don't push yourself.
Wait, didn't Judge Gavel give President Wang some lion lilies?
What is the same flower doing here? It can't be a coincidence, can it? Refund the redeem queue. Hang on then, give me a minute. I have to bring it up. Oh. Someone beat me to it. Okay. So, there were 760 redeems in there, which hadn't been cleared out in some time. Because memory problems, and I forget to do that. So, yeah, there you go. The past 700 redemptions have been returned. Yeah, there's a lot of hydrates that were there, given how cheap I keep them, because, you know, they're purposely 1 point because I want to be reminded to drink. Yeah, and a few Cerveza crystals. You know, some of my Beppis, I'm not drinking Beppis. I'm drinking the strawberry hibiscus rogue chill thing that I'm sponsored by, and yeah. But yeah, just because I like it. And there's still like 20 servings of this stuff to go in this little tub. It's quite good. It is not an energy drink. Well, they do energy drinks, but this one is not an energy drink. It's specifically a drink to reduce anxiety. How much it works, I can't say for certain because I'm in a very anxious situation in my life in general. So I can't really tell if it's taking the edge off or not doing much given how stressed I am of late. But hey, probably better than nothing. But yeah, that's why I started pushing it again. Because we always have been kind of partnered with Rogue. I just didn't push it that much. Yeah, that's basically it. How big of a kickback do I get? If you use my code, you get 20% off, I believe. And I get 10% of the final sale. So if something costs like $20, you get 20% off, so that's like $16, which means I would get $1.60 of that. Not including shipping prices. Right. As we continue the video game.
I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child.
I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Franziska.
What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more.
Between parent and child, and those are the flowers you gave to the president, is the president your dad and your granddad?
Eh?
I'll fall down. The man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. What exactly did he see?
I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos.
Oh yes, spot on. It seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head, possibly with that brick.
Yeah, from that brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard.
Looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area.
Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Aldown's autopsy report.
Alright, I'll have a look at that. Right, Al Fall Down, age 31, believed to have been murdered during a call where he was detailing something he had witnessed. Time of death, Feb 10th, approximately 1 AM, 12 years ago. Cause of death, loss of blood resulting from a blow to the back of the head with a brick. Alright, that tells us nothing new, really. But okay. The worst name in the series thus far, really? You think it's worse than Dead Man? We've had Dead Man, we've had Al Fall Down, Who else have we had recently? Like, bloody hell. Rosie Ringer. And they all fall down. The cell phone must have belonged to the victim.
You're right. Yeah, it says here in the file that Mr. Aldown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping.
A call? To whom?
Iggy.
His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw that the president was there. It's okay, Francisca. You can admit to liking flowers. He won't think any less of you. I do not know what you are talking about, and you will cease this conversation or I'll be forced to whip Miles Edgeworth. Ooh.
Okay, no. In the fan translation, he is Jack Cameron. Harken back to the Kagome, meaning nursery rhyme, Jack and Jill. In the rhyme, Jack fell down, broke his crown. Cameron died of a head injury. Heavier play on the camera he carried. Okay, it's a bit less on the nose than I'll fall down. The Rebel? That's a Rebel. Was his name. And we also had I'll Be Your Guide. God. There's so many horrible names in this series. A Hugh Dunnit? No. There's been a Frank Saw It. Not a Hugh Dunnit, though. Yeah, I read that line.
But she didn't pick up, so we left a message.
The bomb guy? I remember what he looks like. Ted to Nate. Yeah, Ted to Nate. You say bomb guy, I can remember his face in my head, but, you know, a very visually active memory. No good with words and names.
That's in here too, if you want to hear it.
Please.
Hey Rosie, it's me. Guess you're asleep already. Anyways, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang's here for some reason, and there's another. Damn it. Oh, lights out. I can't quite see, but it looked like he was being kidnapped? Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you...
What were those sounds at the end?
He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Aldown's girlfriend, what was her name?
Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard.
Just as I thought. The nursery rhyme, it all matches up. Wait, you mean...
A revenge for what happened 12 years ago.
All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winner, wasn't she?
12 years ago, she would have been 14. Unless that is not her true age, which I'm starting to, you know, really think that was the case. Something's going on here. Because this does not add up at all. Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. She's either not 26 or that's not the real person. Somehow. It's not going to be a typo. You can only say that if we get to the end and nothing's revealed and it's like, wait, what about that though? Right, the brick found by the body. Did it come from somewhere nearby? There was a typo in the text? Hang on. Not really that surprising. Oh, because we. Spelled because wrong. Because we. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. Dearie me.
There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. They probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh?
Al Fall Down, freelance journalist. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang.
Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh?
It's even worse in the actual crime scene photos. It's a lot of blood. It seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. And as you can see, that area is completely caked.
Yeah, autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick.
Indeed. I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. But then the footprints don't really match because they'd be facing each other. It looks like he's clutching something in his right hand.
Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button.
A button? Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? But you just said he was attacked from behind. That he couldn't have fought back if he was attacked from behind in the dark with a brick to pull someone's button off. What? Is it also state... Does it state he died instantly? Doesn't say that. There's this one. Loss of... He died from blood loss. Okay, so he would have been alive for a little bit. But, you know, back of the head? Could have been unconscious. How did he get to pull a frickin' button off of a... I don't know.
So the victim was carrying a camera. Oh yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are.
That's...
It's the president, right?
And somebody's pointing a gun at him.
Must be what Mr. Aldone
This must be what Mr. Aldone witnessed.
So the person in the trench coat's the kidnapper?
Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory is correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde.
How come they only found the one picture?
He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. Would that mean there was an accomplice? Yeah, that snowman's probably going to be frickin' key to something somehow. Somebody's dropped a yellow...
Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right?
According to Franziska, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly.
Yep, and she said it symbolizes the pond between painted or tiled, right?
It was bond between parent and child, okay? Okay, well that gave me nothing. Can I click on his shoes? I don't believe there's any more to be found here. I mean, I can, but if he says that, it's not going to get me anything. Footprints were a key part of this case. There was information about the shoes in the file, correct?
Yeah, let's see. They're a size 12. Feet were clean, no corns, no athlete's foot. Beige socks, thermal underwear in the same colour, dressed old guy style. Brighter socks would have really made that outfit pop. Why not live a little? And that's it for the fashion rundown. Shout out to whoever left these amazingly helpful comments.
And here I thought it was going to be a plain old investigation report. Yeah, cool, you get to hear about how he didn't have athlete's foot. Wonderful. What else can we look at? A tortoise and a hare, inspired by the children's story, no doubt. Tortoise races the speedy hare and wins.
Alright, time for a K Faraday pop-up pop quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options.
I don't need 3 options, Kay. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep.
Number 1. Hare's favourite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2. The tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. Number 3. The real winner was the Yatagarasu, who plotted a surprise secret victory.
Those are my only 3 options.
Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a fruit.
Well, that definitely narrows it down. Cool, completely useless. What else we got? It's a porch swing with an elephant's face on it. And behind it is what appears to be a motor.
Well, you know what every dedicated swing fiend always wonders, don't you? They can swing all the way over the top and back again. Maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true.
Wouldn't that be a little dangerous?
And what dream isn't, huh? Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
True, but hardly applicable in this case. Okay. So that's what our monstrous hoof prints really were.
Wait, what?
Recall the arrangement of the prints. Now compare it to that of the planters.
Whoa!
That's right. I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood.
So Chairman Winner was digging around the front of them?
He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. Which piece of evidence shows us why Chairman Winner might have been digging in front of the planters? The note that mentions... was it this report? Right in front of the planter, yeah.
Take that!
Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman Winner. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter.
Think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes?
Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant.
I get it. So he wasn't sure which one it was. Which meant he had to try and dig up all 3.
I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winner.
Why go to all that trouble? What was he looking for?
Alright, do I see... This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted.
Oh, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. Must have been all roasty toasty. Oh, look at his cute little button eye just lying there.
He probably would have frozen back up again at dawn, you know. That's usually when it's coldest.
I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If it melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. It would turn into an iceman.
What? Is what I bet you wanted me to say, isn't it? Well, too bad. Oh, cool, it's actually nothing. Sick. I don't see any sign of a missing brick. Taken from anywhere. I wonder if I have to talk to anyone. But who here's gonna have shit to say about this 12 years ago? Maybe Lang?
3 planters, covered with snow.
Is anything the matter, Agent Lang?
Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now.
Indeed. You have Chairman Winner to thank for that, it seems.
Yeah, but what's weird is, I've seen this scene somewhere before.
What?
But where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone.
He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. Maybe I should talk to him anyway?
President Wayne changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely, after how close we'd been for all those years, my father was desperate to make amends. To get just one chance to say sorry. But no matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. Couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time, he came home covered in bruises. Who knows from where? A bodyguard, maybe? Sorry, no point making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway.
I'll be the judge of that.
As warm and fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expected any different. That case ruined my father, and my family too. The people who failed to keep the president safe, that's all we were after that. He threw himself heart and soul into that investigation.
He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry.
Wow, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay?
Are we discussing how to make a snow lady? Aside from giving them big old snow boobs, you could go the cartoon path and use a piece of coal to draw some big eyelashes on it. That's what cartoons usually do to show, oh yes, this is a lady dog or a lady cat, because it's got big eyelashes. Or some lipstick or something, somehow. Or a big... Oh, yeah, but the bow has to be pink.
That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous. And it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids. He made sure they told him everything.
I wonder if he learned anything of value. Can I not? I'm just trying to look at the places where bricks are.
Boy, howdy, is this ever a scoop? Whole world's gone green. Must be an outbreak of something. I'm seeing green trees, green people, green clothes, green everything. They must be real sick, even if their clothes are green. That's how we wound up slap bang in the middle of the right dang place at the right dang time. Oh, sure did, Chief. I don't think we're going to get a word in edgewise here, Mr. Edgeworth.
And I don't think we want to.
How dare you, Scruffy? Don't you dare tell anybody. I'll just deny it anyway.
Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me out here, sir.
What's the matter, Detective?
It's about the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Winter isn't in charge anymore at all, but a top-secret file being available to us so quickly after its removal? Something seemed off. So that got me to thinking, and I put in a call. They told me that, Miss Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released.
Curse you, Scruffy. I deny everything.
Uh,
It sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Franziska. Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case. You'll see. I've examined that. Can I examine this one? No. This one? No. Can't examine that either. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Can examine this. There are burn marks on this pillar here.
Report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident.
A fire?
Let's see, where was it again? Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably.
Yes, it does that on purpose, Mystic. It's been like that for a few months now, actually. I purposefully culled the new follower name in case the new follower does not wish to have attention drawn to them like how we're doing right now.
I deny everything.
Do you deny that Adrian Andrews is currently residing in your house?
I plead the fifth.
Well, they sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. No, it's not because of hate raids, it's because I'm respecting people's right to privacy if they just want to lurk. It seems that Antuk spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. I think that's about all we can learn from the scene for now.
All right. How about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night?
Now, that would be very appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping?
Sure, I'll use the photograph he took. There goes nothing.
There have been times when I've accepted guests and then got nobody, so I'm not too keen on putting myself out there. Because that's happened like on 3 different occasions. I'm not very popular. Or times just don't line up, which is more likely. There's Mr. Aldown in the middle of the planters.
And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road.
My father based his investigation on the evidence Aldown provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow.
And how he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time.
Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsius Winner put a big hole in that theory.
He did?
Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection.
Huh. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage.
Yeah, detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene, and then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winner and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it.
You're saying that Chairman Winner was working with the kidnapper?
Your father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator. And he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Aldown's message, surely?
Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case he liked talking about.
Agent Lang's father, Dalong Lang. Trusted ally and confidant of President Wang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winner. Our first priority should be to find out where they were. These footprints stopped by the body.
At least that means they belong to Mr. Aldown, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that about?
No, we've had this conversation. I thought because there wasn't a check mark on it, it wasn't gonna... Alright. Mr. Aldown took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here, and then called Rosie Ringer. At which point the killer must have already been approaching from behind.
With a brick in their hand, ready to strike.
These planters.
According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. Oh, I do.
There's so much repeated dialogue. Yes, in a very particular pattern. Oh, where we've seen that before. It's like I may have possibly already figured that out. Yeah, and that one's bright yellow. And it counts as new dialogue. I can't actually skip it, even though it's the exact same dialogue, because it's in a different situation. So I can't really... I've just got to mash until it's over. Yes, the bond between parent and child. Would you speak any slower, Fran? Right, can I go back? Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, let's try and focus on what's changed. Alright, inspect anything that catches my attention.
Hey, that snowman. It was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and its little button eyes had fallen off.
Indeed. They still look reasonably healthy at this point. Okay, it's missing a button eye, so the guy was actually... the photographer was actually over here and the body was moved. Like, duh? Because that's where he got the button from. He didn't take it from the attacker, he took it as he fell, and then his body was moved. The scene was manipulated. Although not entirely. I can see one thing that's missing.
Oh, poor guy. Bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe they had potential.
You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. Yes, it's related to this. This snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, his right eye.
Indeed. Luckily, we've managed to locate it.
The button Mr. Eldown was holding. Look at that. The same type of button as the other eye and everything.
And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? The victim's location. The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means that he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Now let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if, after being struck, Mr. Alldown lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself? The snowman. The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling.
I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked?
I am. Within arm's reach, to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close.
Right, but his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way.
What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again.
All right, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Alldown's body was found.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
The footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Alldown's shoes, right? So what's the deal?
Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Alldown's footprints?
Well, they're the same size, 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. He also goes straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found.
But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman.
Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. There's some average Joe stretching his arms that far. That's basically impossible.
I think we can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. Do they look a little big to you from here? Like his shoes were swapped? These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but these aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it.
What do you mean?
Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly.
So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found, and they stop right by his feet.
But they didn't actually belong to him.
So are the prints by... are the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back?
No, I don't think so. They're too small.
Neither set belongs to him. Then how did he get here?
Well, that's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. I mean, would one set of the footprints be heavier set than the others if he was carrying another person? Because I remember that's a thing you do in Metal Gear Solid 4 to find the right set of footprints to follow when someone's carrying someone. They're much more distinct footprints because there's more weight behind them. The case file spells out that Elf normally wore distinctive 36-inch stiletto thigh highs, so these boots are strange on their own. No, there's not a limit. At least I don't think there is. I'll double check. We have this many redemptions, it's hard to keep track. No, there's no limit, it's just a 5-minute cooldown. So then where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman, as we suspect? I think Mr. Aldown's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I better take a closer look.
Valerie, water.
Stop
Oh, there's a
slouching.
missing brick.
Oh, there's a brick missing here.
The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one is missing. Also, there's snow on the ground where it was removed. Brick used in murder, missing brick. No imprint depth is awful for judging weight of anything heavier than a house cat. Are you saying Metal Gear Solid lied to me? I felt smart for like exactly 2 seconds. Also, those footprints in Metal Gear 4 were not in snow. I think it was kind of a swampy area. Or like a forest. Maybe some marshland.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size.
Hmm.
Oh, Snowman, he's not looking good.
It can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt, that's just how it is.
And so do mysteries. All we have to do is wait. Snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of truth.
All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve these mysteries.
Size 9 footprints going toward the body and away from it. Case file says they must have belonged to the murderer.
They grow fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates.
That's just because there's less snow over here, no?
Be that as it may, it certainly doesn't help in matching the prints up with a name and face. The hat? Yeah, the hat was there. I mean, I don't actually have that as evidence. The picture, I don't think, do I? Oh no, I do. And yes, it has the hat, little bucket hat. I mean, if the brick was taken from here and he was attacked here, would that just be linked to the body? Yeah, okay. I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman.
Right, the button came from there, and the brick too.
Indeed. And what's more, if the murderer took the brick from the right by the snowman, from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters...
Mr. Eldown would have seen them right away.
Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Eldown wasn't standing by the planters, he was next to the snowman.
Gotcha. Alright, here goes.
Well, that just doesn't make sense at all. Maybe Wang and the kidnapper were stood over here, and maybe the snowman was moved as well? To line up with his picture?
Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh?
Indeed. Everybody who was present is in exactly the same spot.
So where do we go wrong?
One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? I would assume the picture then.
Take that!
Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Eldown?
Huh? What do you mean?
What time of year is it? It's currently the 25th of November, 2024, Desmond. Have you time travelled? Again? I can't remember what the date is in game. I know we're looking back at a case that happened 12 years ago on early February. We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't? Daylight savings? No? Maybe? I don't know how daylight savings works in Japanifornia. Or if it's ever brought up. And then they took the photo to help back up the lie. They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. He would have had no choice but to comply.
Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Eldown's camera, right?
Indeed. I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there, then replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged.
Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Eldown was killed. No way.
And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Eldown saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case.
Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Eldown thought he saw him being kidnapped?
And luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out.
Oh yeah, he left that voicemail too.
He did. We should listen back to it one more time, don't you? He said something about the light going out. And if he was taking the picture here, and this light's out, so he must have been stood here.
Take that!
Recall this statement from Mr. Eldown's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. 2 of the lights here in the yard are broken.
Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building.
Alright. Could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned?
Sure.
And there we have it. Kidnapper was really standing over by the building.
Yes. Which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage.
So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial.
That certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found.
Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump?
To switch between the 2 recreations, I need to first press Y, not T, to talk with K. And then select Switch Recreations. I'll give it a try when I need it. You mean like right now? Yeah, change it.
You want me to show you the scene as reported by the police's case files, right? Okay, let's take another look at how things were when they found the body. And there we have it.
Right, so now the body's there. But then this blood's up here. So this now doesn't make sense. Blood on the snow. A lot of it. Certainly looks like as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it?
Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Eldown was killed over by the snowman, right?
We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else.
What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Eldown's.
Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winner? The man would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small.
But then why go to all that trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead?
He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this was where the police would find Mr. Eldown's body, and he knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues.
Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure.
Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they come back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy.
Yeesh. We've been looking at a forgery this whole time? That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Eldown's clothes were covered with blood too.
It does. And if they were, which seems entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is wasn't yet dry when Mr. Eldown's body was placed here.
I get it. which means that the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Eldown was killed.
I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction?
This is the only part where there's no snow, huh?
Because of the fire one of the kids set. I imagine the snow melted as a result.
This must be the unluckiest orphanage in the world. First a fire, then a murder. Talk about going from bad to worse.
That's okay, Abby. You go have a rest. The fire came first? But just because it caused the snow to melt... If the fire was first... There'd still be traces of blood here, right? But if the blood came first, then the fire, burn away some evidence. Alright, let's bring up the fire in relation to that if I can. Eureka! There's a clear contradiction here.
In the bloodstain?
The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire. Okay, it made me panic a bit there, because when they just say there's a clear contradiction here, I was expecting it to lead into... What? Where? What are you talking about, Edgeworth? Health lost. As soon as it starts getting specific, I know I'm right. Which means that the blood in question was spilt before the fire was started.
Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no?
If we choose to believe the case file, yes. But if the fire was actually set after what happened here...
The kid who lit it might have seen something.
Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winner's version of events.
Oh, we need to know more about this fire. You!
Yes, Shifu.
The fire might have been reported to the police, which means...
Excuse me.
There might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find here right away.
Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it.
One more thing.
What is it, Shifu?
Contact my family back in Zhengfe. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case.
Dude, if you were so invested in figuring out this case, why did you not do that sooner? That should. What kind of something exactly?
I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I've remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it, or at least of something very much like it.
What?
It looked like it was drawn by a child.
Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire.
It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it straight away. Oh, right away, even.
Yes, Shifu.
Okay. So, now what? And this is where Mr. Aldown really met his fate. But he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph.
Over to the spot with the planters. So the footprints, the fact they go over there and come back.
Yes, I think that tells us something important. They were left by whoever carried him over there. Then where did the size 12 shoes come from? Don't believe there's any more to be found here. Okay, I'm done there then. What am I missing? Examine the fire. Examine the flowers. Oh, did I miss something in the other section?
Iggy.
Shifu, we found a document among your father's papers. It's called How I Murdered Mr. Aldown and Kidnapped the President by Chairman Winner.
And there we have it. So this is where Mr. Aldown actually saw the president and his kidnapper.
Yes, which pretty clearly suggests a link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. You can see why so much trouble was taken to suggest it happened elsewhere.
Yeah, He pulled some really dirty tricks there. Taking a photo like that, that's just cheating.
Not to mention disposing of Mr. Alldown's camera film and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint. Assuming he was forced.
He must have,
Put in some new film, then staged the photo immediately afterward.
if Chairman Winner was involved, he could have changed or hidden other evidence as well.
Certainly doesn't help that the case file was classified until recently.
Yeah, but he's behind bars now, and the truth is coming out at last.
Indeed. Although much still remains unclear, we need to look very closely at the differences between this and the previous simulation. There's no mistaking it. This is where Mr. Alldown actually took his pictures. Before being attacked by the murderer of a brick from the planter just behind him. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell.
Which means his body would have been here at first, and not where we thought it was before.
Indeed. We should examine the area where we previously thought it fell, too. I did. Heck, what am I missing? I feel like I have all the pieces, right? Are these two connected? Is that what I'm missing? I'm a bit of a goof, aren't I? If Chairman Winner was involved in President Wang's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping.
Oh, I get it.
You do?
You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money.
The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. Certainly seems like a possibility.
Yeah, glad you agree.
You'd need a pretty big hole to carry that much if it's in bills.
Shifu, I'm back. I brought everything the police had on the fire. I also brought the picture from your father's office. Yeah, about time. What kept you, huh? Well, hand it over.
The value of the bills? What's the biggest
Hey, Val.
US
What do you think about some
denomination
juice?
in bill form is
Stop
100,
slouching.
right? I think. Hydrate, thank you. Yeah, so you would need 1,000,000 $100 bill notes. That's still going to be a pretty big box to carry all that. There used to be larger ones, yeah, but this game's set in the future from when it came out. This isn't like the circulation 100, but there are bigger bills. A check. Why would you just bury a check, though? You could just write a new one. Crypto. Ew. Grim. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we?
This is it. This is the picture I remember.
Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident?
It sure looks like a kid drew it, huh?
There used to be a $100,000 bill used for specific purposes. Wait. 100,000 billion? Oh no, bill. Right, no, the correction is for the last word, right. 100,000 billion? That's like a quadrillion. Or close to. I think. I don't know. 1,000 billion is a trillion. So it would be like 100 trillion, actually. Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire.
Shifu, there's... What now? Look, you'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor...
Why do you think my father kept this?
I can't believe that the president was being threatened by Richard O'Brien from the Crystal Maze.
Right, yeah, because a lot of Heart would definitely know who that is. The $1 trillion bill. He's sent to Europe to help rebuild the war if Mr. Burns hadn't stolen it.
Why do you think my father kept this?
I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire too?
Sure, here.
If you'll just give me a moment to read through it. Largest denomination for yen is 10,000. That's the same ballpark, roughly. I mean, no, you take 2 zeros off and you still have to reduce it a fair bit, so I think that's a little less than $100. That's closer to like 70, 80 bucks, I want to say. Probably closer to 70. It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. Have I played all the Yakuza games? I have played Yakuza 0, 1, Kiwami 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Infinite Wealth. Did I say 0 as well? I've played 1 through 8 plus 0. And I've not played Dead Souls on stream, but I do own it. And Ishin and Gaiden. Hopefully soon the Majima Pirate game as well. But yeah, I think I've done just about all of them, unless I'm forgetting any. Oh yeah, Judgment and Lost Judgment, done those too, yep. And I did mention Gaiden. Yeah, that's Gaiden, Gurk. And for the 4th time, just to make it clear, I have played Yakuza Gaiden, the man who erased his name. I played that shortly before 8. Because it came out shortly before 8. And then disappeared several days later.
What? Must have been because he saw something, right? No, a kid? Really? That's horrible.
Sadly, not unimaginable.
Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. What's this?
That's... What's it doing in that case file?
What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? You seen this somewhere before?
Something very much like it, yes. Oh yeah, the Fist of the North Star game. Yeah, I've done that one as well. I streamed that one. But you can check. Did you know? I keep a list. I keep a list right here that I try to remember to keep up to date, and you can see all the games I've finished on stream, including all the Yakuzas and Judgments and etc. There you go. It has been a while since I've played some of them. And I have not played the remasters of 3 through 5, because I played them before those were a thing. But yeah, when the list starts to exceed 400 games, you kind of need a list. And to hear my lovely voice. Let me just make some more horrible noises. Yeah, my
Lovely voice. Yeah, I'm just gonna talk like this now forever. You can't compliment me on my stream. How dare you?
Gwar. Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind, the doll? I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy. You think that's a good voice?
Always watching, Wazowski. Always watching. Hey, that was President Wanks.
You've seen it before?
Of course. He always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece.
I see. It has a special device inside that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn.
Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings?
You never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor.
Hey, you heard the man. Yes, Shifu, I'll go fetch it right away.
Here it is, Shifu. Torosaurus doll, just like you asked. Yeah, good work. Hand it to the prosecutor over there.
Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie?
It fits perfectly.
And? Any more recordings on there? Hi, Dijun. Sorry, President Wang. It's me, Amelie. I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon. And I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to.
Overruled.
Turn it off, right now.
What's gone into Judge Gavel?
Are you okay? Just turn it off, please. You see, I had a baby. A beautiful little boy. Your beautiful little boy. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
Ah. Sean Fenn.
The kid. And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. What? He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean. Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel? Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him.
And he was aware of this?
Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins. But we were also friends. The best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so, when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided that the best way to do that would be for him never to know in the first place.
That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president.
Hey. Yes, Sean. You sure? He was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zhengfa.
Makes sense. That line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president.
Why? You told me she worked at the orphanage. She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her. Sorry, Judge Gavel, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked the president to come, why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her.
I bet that was Chairman Winner's doing. Though sadly we can't prove it.
Because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again.
And she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean.
Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda? My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over. You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying. Oh, that didn't work at all. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago.
Is he 13 or was he 12?
He's 13.
So that's it. That was the big secret.
I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well. But I
It makes sense now. No wonder Judge Cavell was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting.
Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean, too.
Yeah, but why is that such a big deal? Why is that such a big deal that you would rather stay quiet and come under suspicion of murder than just say it? Oh, he was actually the kid's dad. Alright. That's not really some massive head-turning revelation that's gonna upend the whole political world, is it?
That was why I took the lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie and that I knew her well. These flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now, he too is dead. If only he had lived. Sean might finally have been able to get to know him.
Shifu, I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there this whole time. Can it wait? He sent something else from Zheng Fa. President Wang's will. What?
The president's will,
He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. What? This is...
What is it, Agent Lang? And does it have anything to do with our current case?
You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son.
Sean's name appears in the president's will?
And we're certain that the document is authentic? That President Wang wrote it himself?
Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. And they'll want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it being the genuine article. Lang Ji says... oh, I got the wrong scroll. Sorry.
Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless.
Well, that's that, I guess. Still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're President Wang's son.
Yeah, we established this. But, I mean, alright.
Sean!
Sean!
Press A to Sean, to be continued. Yeah, but I feel like the impact would be lessened the second time you're told it, regardless of the source. But alright, he ran back here.
Sean. He was my dad.
Sean! Can't have been easy, learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to ever get to know him.
You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean. I get it, he was the president, he had a lot more to think about than just me.
But he was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault, Mom. Mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would never have happened, and he wouldn't have...
I've ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. I even ruined your flowers.
Sean.
Please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while.
The bond between parent and child, symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Zhengfa, so I know that much at least.
Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us.
You're right.
I believe we've learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case?
I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out.
And what about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago?
You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now all we need to do is follow them. All the way to the truth. Gua. The president went to the orphanage that night, that much we know for sure. The Taurosaurus toy proves
Valerie,
it. He must have gone there to
time
meet with
hydrate.
Stop
Amalifin.
slouching.
Amalifin. Except he was kidnapped and Aldown happened to see it. If Aldown hadn't been there, it wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everyone off the scent.
So that's our current theory, is it?
But there's something I still don't understand.
There is?
This. Why risk staging the picture? They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't?
It's a good question. Maybe he was in on it because he's a prick who staged his own assassination attempt in case 1? Or are we just kind of glazing over that? We may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time.
Yeah, I guess we will. All right, deduce away.
He went to the orphanage, we know that for sure. And the toy does prove it. Except he was kidnapped, and Eldan saw it. If he hadn't been there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. We think there might have been 2 murders, though, but who else could have died with all that blood? We still don't know whose that blood was.
Hold it!
If Mr. Aldown hadn't been there, That's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain?
There's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have happened without any blood being spilled.
But could it? Yeah, the murder happened to cover up some of the blood.
Makes it sound as if Mr. Aldown's fault he was murdered.
That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Kay. What he means is that Mr. Aldown was the only person who died at the orphanage that night.
Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. But the ransom was paid and he came home safely, right?
She's right, of course, but why does something bother me about that? I think it might be worth taking another look over all the evidence.
And finish discussing things with your assistant, Mr. Prosecutor. Let's continue, shall we?
Alright, let me go back then, because that is... would it be the crime scene photo? Or the blood stain that wasn't Aldown's? That was...
Objection!
Oh, I didn't say it. Objection!
Yeah,
Kind of late. You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Aldown hadn't witnessed the kidnapping? But is that really the case?
why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody.
And yet it remains possible that Mr. Aldown wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Aldown was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else?
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you?
I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it, but it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two.
You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder?
Well, whose? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered up this other homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. This clearly shows that something else happened that night. The picture? I mean, there's a guy with a knife. Wait. Bald has a knife, possibly a bell on the end of the knife. Is that who I think it is? Is that Mr. Assassin? Yeah, I would have said that was a cat, but I guess we could say it's a dog. I think that's our assassin. Well, if that's our assassin, we know he's alive. But if it was the president who died, would it have been a body double back then, or is it a body double that died now? Which one's real? Maybe the real president died 12 years ago, and they put a fake in place, and that's why he was a bit of an asshole, because it was a fake one who wanted to drum up ratings by staging an assassination. Why didn't they change the will? The will was in the hands of Lang's family. It wasn't in the president's hands at the time.
Take that!
Excelsius Winner tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness. But there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress, thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang.
My father?
Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winner wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have. That's why.
He did? What was it?
It's right here in this picture.
Picture my father kept?
I think we can all agree that's the president on the right-hand side. And that's a Taurosaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him?
Take that!
Eastern robes and a black dog? That can only be Bodied Harmer Canis.
What? The creepy assassin guy?
And what would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can think of only one thing. That's right. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination.
And Warden Lagarde and Chairman Winner were...
Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Alldown was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination, and not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all.
You think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently. Yeah, we even met him.
Indeed. So we have a president killed 12 years ago and a president killed in the last 48 hours. Two presidents, in other words.
Right, which is completely impossible.
Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be two presidents. I would like to call up the fact that back in Case 1, when discussing the assassination attempt, that the president did mention the use of body doubles. It was hinted at from the very start. In fact, that would explain a lot.
Regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Jingfair may not be a big country, but he held that place together.
The president Agent Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader.
No,
The presidential mask is well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were two completely different people. But how could one country have two presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it was possible for there to be two presidents. One of the two was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense.
a body double.
President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Zhengfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago.
It's true, there were more than a few assassination attempts. But that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof.
Do we have any proof that there was more than one president? Gunshot residue, yellow substance. Oh no, that's the wrong case.
A body double has been discovered.
Kidnapped and ransomed for 100 million. President's presence at embassy until midnight confirmed. Supposed to meet Emily Fenn at the orphanage. Witness Al fell down, was murdered, his body moved, and a photograph of kidnapping staged. Wait. When did the murder happen? Presence at the embassy until midnight confirmed. When did... At 1 a.m. Just 1 hour. Is that enough time? I don't know the distance between the embassy and the crime scene. Oh, god damn it, Bird. Is that it? Like, I don't know the location differences here. I don't see what else it could be. No, I can't open the save menu when I'm being forced to pick something. I'm going to go with the case file on the time discrepancy, because maybe? I don't know. If I'm wrong, I've got a full health bar. It's fine. Take that. I don't think he's noticed the contradiction staring him in the face. Or is he just unable to accept it?
What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden.
In Emily Fenn's recording, thank goodness, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time.
How come?
Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in two places at once is if there were two of him. Ow!
So the real president, that was the one who...
Died 12 years ago? I think it might have been.
But why? And who? Who would have hired Canis to murder the president?
In order to figure that out, we need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was fake. I can't. I could on the last line of dialogue, but I can't now. Fake evidence was the picture, though. I know that much.
Take that!
The picture taken with Mr. Aldown's camera was staged sometime after his murder. And now I can save the game. Mr. Aldown was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. Now, who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place permanently. An Excelsius winner and Fifi Lagarde helped him do it.
Oh, wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. You're telling me it magically disappeared?
No. In fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time.
Was it? That was what was buried? But his clothes are so clean. Unless he was buried and Winner came and dug him up and left, and this is the other one? Yeah, because we've confirmed that this is the body double, because this guy suffered crushing injuries, right? Whereas the one who was killed by Canis would have been stabbed. He's in the bag. Oh, God. Was it... I guess I go with the footprints then, not this, because that's the body double. The body double is dead now too, because I think Winner might have been trying to clean up after himself. I'm gonna go footprints.
Chairman Winner dug up something last night, something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important.
Wait, you mean...
That's right, the real president's body. I think it's highly likely anyway.
I can't believe they doctored this photograph.
I guess that explains why whenever I look at it, it makes me laugh. You know what I have to say to that, Gurk? A tiny burp, just for you.
What?
I was hoping that would have been a bit bigger, but I can't burp like Reb does.
Valerie.
Please do not bring up the
Time to
evidence of me
hydrate.
burping
Stop
like
slouching.
a beast in the past.
No, I only have tiny burps. Oh, I'm such a delicate little flower. I could never do a monstrous burp like Grab.
Gosh, hecky. The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains.
Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh?
Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again.
Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get me somebody from forensics. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried. So it really was him. Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsius Winner. The physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it.
So as suspected, the real President Wang was killed 12 years ago. And the SS5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide.
Wow, so it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track.
Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly.
Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage.
12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. His aim? To meet his infant son. The footprints we originally assumed to be those of Mr. Eldown seem likely to have actually been made by the President upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodhidharma Canis.
That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to...
Indeed. But at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred.
Mr. Eldown's murder.
Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the President's body around to the side of the building. That was the sight that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time, far enough away that he believed that what he was seeing was the President's abduction. At which point...
Oh, the body double who had come up to meet with his co-conspirators. Walked right up behind Mr. Eldown.
Leading to our unfortunate eyewitness.
Being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the President. It was the body double who moved Mr. Eldown's body too.
Yes, I think it probably was.
But none of the footprints could have been his, could they?
Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. It shows how the body double managed to move the body without leaving any footprints. The victim's shoes.
Take that!
What if the President's double moved Mr. Eldown's body like this? After killing Mr. Eldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the President, he would have been wearing the same shoes, meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real President...
His would have been the same shape and size. Would have looked like a single set of footprints. That's how it all went down. Oh, I'm so glad we finally figured it out. Yeah, but there's one thing I still don't get.
There is? What?
Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping?
Mr. Eldown had seen the President at the orphanage, and left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message. So they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true.
By staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw.
Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde.
She's the one in the trench coat? How can you be so sure?
Now, the two of them would have had to have walked out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real President's prints as he did before.
Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers?
The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9. Too small for Chairman Winner, in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. That explains how a so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination.
It does. Which means my father must have...
He must have...
noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof. But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct?
No. He appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it.
Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out.
Zheng Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. Wait, so the president died 12 years ago. How old are you? You would have been 15 when that happened. So the man you idolized, basically, throughout your entire career, was always dead. Damn, that sucks. That's rough, buddy. Zheng Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt.
So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him.
even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping and our family name being ruined.
So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it.
Well, it's finally coming to light at last.
It is indeed intriguing. Huh? What?
Who's there?
Oh, fuck off. That sound, is that a bell? Hi. Bodied harm Canis. Woof.
What the heck are you doing here?
We're the law. You think you could just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem?
Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having.
The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect.
You killed President Wang.
I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or someone else, should I say.
Someone you're looking for, I suppose?
Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary to find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat.
What?
Wait, you know who they are?
In a manner of speaking. What did you call them again? A secret mastermind?
It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course.
Red raincoat?
The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Helmut? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned. He saved my life, you know. 12 long years ago.
What?
As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winner, Lagarde, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup, again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now.
Not frickin' Shelley, is it? So it was the president's body double who hired you?
I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, but a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him? There was a difference, of course, even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? No.
So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes.
Rook's not around. That means I'm number one.
I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes.
You, of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me.
Seems the king and his knight were much the same.
The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals.
Locals such as Chairman Winner.
Once Miss Fenn had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay that... to lay that trap, I'm sorry. I am so sorry, Helmut. Yes, I am. The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity.
I'm not drinking soda, it's not fizzy.
Indeed. And with the head of the orphanage brought into their fold, their little conspiracy was complete.
Warden Lagarde.
Now, quid pro quo, where might I find the pup?
What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same?
He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage. Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of a prank, right?
A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear.
No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winner and Lagarde carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see.
There's no way it's gonna be someone new. I'm betting it's frickin' child, or maybe not child. Actually, no. How old is Shelley? We don't know, but he does not look young enough to possibly be the child here who would then be brought up to be following in his footsteps. Shelley is ageless. Bronco's only 24. Or was only 24. You're 68, you're much too old. 33, 20, 25, 24. Powers is only 25? What? Really? Yeah, well, Bronco's dead if it is him. They're not going to introduce a new character. It's going to be someone we know. Has to be.
He was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see.
Why is it... Well, I've selected the game. Why is it not running? Come on. My control... Hang on, let me just unplug and replug my controller. Maybe that'll do it. It seems to be reacting to my button prompts, because you can see the buttons change for it changes to R when I move the mouse, and then when I move the stick, then I press X, nothing happens. Oh, A, even, not X. X is history. I think my controller's broken. Actually, I can't even click. I can't click to advance either. What's happened? But is it soft locked? Uh-oh. Oh, that sucks, doesn't it? A dialogue behind the game screen? What are you talking about? No button, no buttons are responding. I mean, they are responding. When I press B, there's a little arrow that you can see flashing behind me. Now, there's no pop-up. Look, you'd see it if there was. No, I think we're just going to have to force a reboot. And then catch up to where we were. That's never happened in all of the Ace Attorneys I've ever played. Alright. Where's it got us? 4 minutes prior. Oh, it auto-saved. Alright. Can I advance, though? Yes.
A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see.
He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, ought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. Oh, just as you do. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire.
No way! So that's what the fire was for.
Must have been ever so beautiful. Winner and Lagarde were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance.
You never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this?
I do indeed. Don't I, Helmut? Yes, I do.
Well, if he's behind this, it can't be frickin' Nightly. Night. Whatever his fucking name is in this localization. Because he's dead. So it can't be him.
It was I who killed the president. But that meant that I had become an inconvenience. They were keen to guarantee my silence. If I hadn't met my friend, I guess I pressed that. Because I need more details on who this is.
Hold it!
Again. So the two of you had met before.
Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve 18 years back.
That long ago?
But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing, more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I had taken Helmut out for a little walk. He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one. And inside I found two young boys, shivering and semi-conscious.
Do I recognize them from just that? Because this was 18 years ago.
Yes, and had I found them even an hour later, the poor wretches would never have made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage.
Is it me or is there something significant? Well, there has to be. What is it about Canis' statement that's especially noteworthy? Wait, what was the date?
Christmas Eve 18 years back. How long ago was IS-7? That was 18 years ago. On Christmas Eve, where the kids went missing. Carmelo, Gusto, and Artie Frost's sons.
This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of that?
I am.
Holy smokes!
We have something that shows why that date is so significant. Which piece of evidence relates to that date?
Take that!
That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred, the murder of a well-known sculptor.
No way!
An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing.
There you have it, there they are.
The son of the victim, Artie Frost, and son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto.
Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh?
Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense.
It would.
One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see.
That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition.
Indeed, because without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning.
So that was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details.
They weren't.
No. When we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them. And the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. Oh, how fucking convenient. They weren't even able to remember their names. Wow, so they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids.
If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. Means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next?
By all means. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things.
Just temporarily. He was going to go back. You know, cut him some slack. He's on good behavior. People from 12 years ago. You mean Lagarde, Winner, and the President, I assume?
Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison where he was an inmate this whole time, right? I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course.
Because you murdered President Wang, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the president as a fake, it would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner, too.
Exactly. And not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night. I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but that's where we'll be.
Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody.
I know you are, President Wang. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I am employed to kill, which in this case means you.
No. Wait. This is my first chance to meet him. And it might be my only chance. Please, just give me a few minutes longer.
I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. Hi, Jeannie. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I. But the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to the worst. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct? Horns? You can see them? I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. And for longer than you may realize.
Well, the president meant to tell the world about Sean and prepared something in case of the worst. It's not enough simply to have Canis's word on the matter. Of course.
We have something that proves what he's telling us. We have something that proves what he's telling us the president said is true. The will. A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us, after all. The name in the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked.
With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time. And Sean's true identity with it.
President Wang was more agile than I'd anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark.
It was Canis who tore the horn off of the Torosaurus doll. I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup. They remained in contact after you were sent to prison. The only person I know you were in contact with was via correspondence chess, which does point to Knight. But Knight's dead, so he can't be the mastermind.
Hold it!
So you were able to continue communicating with him from prison?
I was, via a post office box. But what's that?
It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address.
I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see.
By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about?
We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and griping about our respective lots in life. Correspondence chess? But didn't you use that to play with...
As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis's chess opponent was...
Mr. Knight? It was Mr. Knight.
I found the diagram of the game in his cell, too.
So does that mean Knight had something to do with all that IS-7 business?
Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident?
Do I?
What evidence has to do with Knight? His possessions?
He had the ring?
Pocket chess set and ring found in the safe. The ring would seem to connect him to that.
Take that!
This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set. Which one should we look at more closely? The ring, dummy. The ring.
What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it if you would.
That design? Well, that's Paul Halik's trademark. Mark.
Indeed. It looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work with into a ring. But why would Knight have been carrying it? And why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident?
Oh, they tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. But if I remember rightly, old Frosty boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Well, not till later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods.
Including the seal, it would seem. Which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death.
So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son? Cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over. And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right? Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight?
Objection!
Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case?
Well, far out. So our only candidate for Genius Mastermind is a guy who already kicked the bucket? That's impossible. How can a dead guy be behind all this?
It is a little perplexing, but then who else could it be? What? Thought you temporarily regain your freedom, look into things. You're tapping out your little letters in Braille.
In Braille?
Do I even have the correspondence chess as a... I do. There's no Braille on it, though.
Hold it!
In Braille? That's how you route all of them?
That's right. I have the tools to do so in my cell. So you have to use special tools? Never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense.
What exactly did you write about, if you don't mind my asking?
Oh, this and that. General chit-chat and chess moves, of course.
You wrote the chess moves in Braille too? That's interesting.
Speaking of chess moves, how does that piece you carved yourself move? The dog.
Perhaps we can talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened when the letters stopped.
I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone. Okay, Nope, still don't get it. Who does he mean? Who's this pup he keeps talking about?
You indeed. It seems that not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. Well, I guess the contradiction then is that this correspondence chess note is not in Braille? Rook, no, pawn to g6. Yeah, it's all written normally. Objection!
Objection!
You said that you wrote all of your letters in Braille, is that correct?
I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you?
That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all.
Really?
But surely that's impossible. How so exactly?
Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis's letters out on purpose?
Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them?
So then...
Was it the other kid? The other kid is the current mastermind then, right? I don't know. Mr. Canis says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet the letters received by Mr. Knight contained no Braille at all. This suggests there must be a third party who typed Mr. Canis's letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side.
I guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille.
They could indeed. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answers you received...
They were written in Braille too, yes. So some mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronxter's missives. And that same person...
Might well be our secret string puller.
Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? Who's this new one?
Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for?
Carmelo Gusto's son? But who is he? And where is he?
If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be... No. They're both 24. No. What? Nah, that's dumb. That's dumb. But no one else is 24. And you're 25, but I know it's not you. Dude, I spent a whole case proving you innocent. No. Really? Really?
Known him since we were kids, and both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me.
Him, but surely not.
No, even Edgeworth's like, no. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet.
Of course. It all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is.
What? Who? You have to tell us.
I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. The person we've been looking for. Simian Saint?
Take that!
Has to be. The person behind all this. The person who forced Chairman Winner's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. He had opportunity as well, he totally did. The person who did the strangest thing of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster.
What? Did you really just say what I thought you did?
Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind.
Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right, the Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun.
Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor?
Oh, well, who, little old me? What kind of favor?
You told us you recorded the sound of the Torosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps?
Oh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy, did I hear him.
Can we listen to the tape?
You surely can. Let's see now.
That's it. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all this. It's all falling into place. Miss Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not?
Yep, snap me a picture of it too. Even if you can't rightly see it so well.
We can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe,
Yes, sir.
your image analyzer, can we borrow it again?
Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir?
This photograph right here.
Gotcha. I'm on it.
The clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it. Bullshit! How clearly that comes up when you do that. But alright!
Eureka!
Oh, that's...
See? I done told y'all. Torosaurus his own dang self.
Yes, there it is at last. The monster commended by the architect of this whole scheme.
Monster? You're finally ready to admit it? That he's dang well real? The big bad bull himself?
Objection!
No, because that isn't Torosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would. Oh. It's the lion's head? Because it matches the sort of the eyeliner the lion has for some reason.
Very big circus flyer. Oh, wait, look.
It's a hot air balloon. You see it? The enormous lion balloon? That's the real monster. The noise was using the fricking burner of a hot air balloon? And the sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire?
Come on, you really gonna bring me crashing down to earth like that?
Oh, that's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air.
They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator. What? But How come we never saw this until now? And how come the live footage from the rooftop during the incident, nobody ever saw it? Like, there were helicopters circling the rooftop of the big building, and nobody saw it. All right. So carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator.
So this culprit, they got something to do with the circus?
Circus worker, friend of the Bronxster, son of Gusto. Whoa, you're not serious.
You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. Pulling the strings. Oh, you get it? You get it? Because this is like the monkey is like a puppet. Because this guy's the puppet master. You get it? And he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right. Simeon Saint is the one behind all this.
Simeon? But everything? Really? I don't believe you. We trusted him, and he trusted us.
It's a good twist if you ignore the plot holes it presents.
You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be too horrible.
I'm sorry, Kay. Huh? Who was that?
Oh, where do you think you're going, old man?
Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done.
What? No, Mr. Canis, wait!
Damn it, he disappeared.
Even though he only hit me, yet there's like 8 other people here. Actually, more than that. There's 10 other people here! And, alright, yeah, including, like, so many police officers, considering this would also have to be a cordoned off crime scene. So ignoring the cops outside here, too, and, alright.
Damn it, he disappeared. You okay, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, I'm fine. But
damn you.
You alright, Sean?
He killed my dad. He did, right?
There's no easy way to say it, but sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did.
He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow, some way, I'll...
Overruled.
Yeah, that's the most unbelievable thing, that the police officers didn't just immediately shoot the dog.
No, Sean, you mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both.
Yeah, it is. It's Japanifornia. If this was America, they would have shot the dog and then probably shot the kid too for good measure while trying to shoot the dog.
I just put the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis.
I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind?
I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Agent Lang.
There is? What?
Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping.
Yes, sir.
I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it. I'm going to put things right once and for all. And you say you messed up, but this whole mastermind plot didn't kick off until, like, case 4 anyway? After we'd already dealt with Simeon? So, like, how could you have known he was connected to something you didn't even know about at the time? Alright, save again. April 6th, 5:30 p.m. Very big circus. Big top. Why does it come back to the circus? Like, I know because it's relevant here, but I hate this goddamn circus. Ugh.
Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you guys come to watch the show?
Hello, Miss Berry, Mr. Saint.
You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise.
Yes, I remembered you giving me this.
That's so great. You're gonna have so much fun. I think you'll even be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth.
I think you've surprised me enough for one day already.
What are you talking about?
Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct?
Oh, yeah. What is this exactly?
I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for.
You do?
Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, that would be Simeon. But wait, you don't mean...
Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you?
Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I needed to put in some extra hours.
At night? When it would have been even more difficult than usual? A strange time to decide to practice.
But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying?
But you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kay to the top of the big building. In order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only person able to make that happen would have been you.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand.
That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never, ever do anything like that.
I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed.
That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail. You said you believed I was innocent. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're a part of the same club after all. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you. And we will get you out of here.
I mean, he technically was innocent in that case. But incapable of murder...
This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me. We didn't lie. I swear, Simeon, You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person.
Objection!
I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind all our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention.
Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine.
Oh, hang on, let me get into my antagonist outfit real quick. There we go.
Well done, all of you.
Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you.
Simeon, this can't be true, can it? Truth, lies, what does it matter? I'm the Joker, baby. Huh? All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. And now he's going to pay. Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all.
So you go up in the balloon reasonably often?
Yeah, promoting the circus like I said.
Is that true, Miss Berry?
Well, it's true that Simeon's job is to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now.
Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime.
Nonsense. I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building. That's all.
I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby, thank you very much. You're doing the obvious villain thing. This is now evidence. Dude, you let your hair down, you've basically got Dio Brando eyes right now, so come on. You were just practicing?
Hold it!
Miss Balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus?
No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from.
I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it?
Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few £100. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off of the ground now that I think about it.
I'd prefer it if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon?
Oh, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. We use a truck, okay? You just load it on the back and away you go.
A truck, you say? Is it blue, perchance?
Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago.
That could be important. I'd better keep it in mind. Last time you took the balloon out on the truck would have been the day before last. When was that truck there? Parked in front of the big building? And we thought it was a garbage truck? It was your truck.
You can see the wicker basket inside it! Objection!
Objection!
This truck wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance.
So what if it is?
We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today. One with a large basket loaded on the back. If that was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. Agent Lang, Emma.
There you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. He sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away.
And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck.
Well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it.
Objection.
Oh, you have an objection line? All right.
What, just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one? No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure.
Objection.
Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
That wasn't me. Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence.
Ah, you sound just like him.
Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it.
What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck?
Engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. And I'll have my fingerprints on it for later when this comes up again.
No way, you can tell just from that?
What can I use to prove it's the same truck? I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints.
Huh? Why would you want to do that?
Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints. And if I do, it will prove beyond all doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove it was mine?
Yours? You think you're going to find your own prints on there?
I do. Because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time?
And that's why I'm here. Oh, what's wrong? You used to call me Ema. One moment, please. Already, take it away, Mr. Edgeworth.
Me?
Of course. Who else would you think was going to do it? Oh, don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how.
Fine. Well, I don't see why you can't do it yourself.
Just spread the powder over the area you want to search for prints, like this.
How many times have we had this tutorial? Moving the cursor around and pressing A will allow me to dust the area with powder.
Sticks to fingerprints, so once you've found one, make sure to dump plenty on there. And then blow away the excess.
Blow it away?
Yeah, with your mouth. Ha! Like that.
I don't think this game has microphone support. Yeah, it's a button. Blowing with Y should remove any excess powder.
Alright, you got all that?
Yes, thank you. Now to try it for real.
Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy.
No such thing, you say? No such thing, you say? No such thing as too much powder. No, you can never be too careful. Oh, like we want to be real thorough here today, don't we? Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Nearly enough, I think. Nearly. Not quite. Still missing a bit here and there. There's a little bit behind me I missed. Okay. Mashing here spreads it a bit more. There we go. And on the bottom as well. There, do you think that's enough? Don't waste it. No, I was told you can't use too much. Can't use too much. Anyway. Oh, there it is.
That's it. That's a nice clean print you got there.
Can we compare it to my prints right away?
Yep, leave it to me. That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, all right.
And with that, another lie is exposed.
Ah! So what were you doing in the truck? Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know.
Objection!
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage, and your truck was sighted nearby.
Objection.
Coincidence, nothing more.
You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Just be honest, you were involved in both.
What makes you think they were even connected?
Objection.
A certain very important piece of evidence, that's what.
Oh, this should be good.
What connects Kay and Sean's abductions? They were both knocked out with the same brand of sedative.
Take that.
Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less.
Objection.
I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everything's connected?
I mean, in a game like this, yes.
You know as well as I do, that doesn't prove anything for sure.
Oh, he must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes.
Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up. Just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting.
Objection.
No, I'm nothing like him.
Objection.
Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right?
Oh, it's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings.
Okay. You're about done there, Miles. No more cheap shots left to fire. Great. Well, I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind...
Objection.
Iggy.
It's no use. Take this.
Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon, old pal? What are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? I thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old Great Thief magic. Don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see if I can do Simeon's voice. Here goes. Objection. What are you... Take this seriously, will you? I thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Milester. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but, again, Kay, again.
We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests he is our mastermind? Of course. Canis was looking for our secret string puller too. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was that same young pup, then perhaps. What evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? I mean, the only thing that connects him to Canis really is the chess game.
Is that your handwriting? Do we have anything with your handwriting on it?
I don't think I do on me at the moment. I feel like we may have done in case 3, but this is the only thing that connects you to Canis if you are the mastermind.
Take that.
Right? I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis.
And that same person.
Might well be our secret string puller. That's right. Our mastermind was involved in Canis's and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. If I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them...
All right, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show, so if you don't mind...
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your interventions.
Oh, just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Mazzarino's back in the game for sure. I'm Simeon, the funny, funny clown. Look at me, I'm juggling.
Hey, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it?
Where did that come from? Chess? Sure, I don't hate it.
Our secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Canis.
I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind?
Objection!
No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Mr. Canis and Knight.
And you think that person was me? Why would I go to all the trouble? That's crazy.
And to make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him.
What? You're saying that he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Objection!
Listen to yourself. Who do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to say.
You've seen me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want.
If we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Canis, that would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might...
Letters? You won't. Trust me.
What?
Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung up on the past, right? Go.
He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks.
Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know.
But this doesn't prove anything either. We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options?
You accuse me of betraying my friend, and you don't even have any proof. You're despicable.
Who was that?
Hi.
Miss Berry? What does she want?
Sorry, it's just, I was thinking about what you were saying, and this Knight person, you mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend?
Yes, what of it? Does she know something?
A letter came from him this morning, for Simeon.
What?
What did you...
How is that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Berry, we need to see this letter right away.
Sure, here you go. Let's open it up, shall we?
It's another correspondence chess letter.
Next move from the game with Mr. Canis.
Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you were never going to beat me. Not at chess. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route.
We do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time.
Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille, in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected.
Curse you, Bronco. You're still getting in my way even now. I hate you. I hate you. But Simeon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend. We weren't friends. We were roommates. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago.
Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words.
I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest. And then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this.
And if I don't do what he says, he's so scary.
I guess you didn't lose your memory then, or pretended to.
Stop it, Bronco, stop it. I have to go meet my dad, I promise. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world. But no, he locked me in that car with him and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. What? You lost your dad? Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer.
What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all.
Simeon, the victim in the IS-7 incident, was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that was my dad's name. My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remembered was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered.
The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectioner.
Really? I never knew Bronco's father's name. Or maybe I chose not to remember. Ugh, just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach.
Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now?
Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one.
A mistake? What do you mean?
Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Halik.
So I hear. But I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could.
Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father.
Huh? Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny. Not at all.
You're right, it's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son. The picture? Wait, I don't have that picture. I don't have that picture of the kids together with the parents. Victim. The ring? Oh, because Artie Frost was under Paul Halik and Knight had the ring made in, well, he had the stamp made into a ring, so yeah, that proves it was his dad. Yes, you're right, Gwen.
Bronco's chess set and a ring?
Yes, take a look at the ring for me, if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you?
It's 2 letters, right?
It is. This is the seal with which Paul Halik used to mark his works. And it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. Excuse me. Oh dear. Hang on, I gotta clear my throat a sec. Okay, and I'm going to self-hydrate.
Valerie needs water.
And one more sip for
Stop
good measure.
slouching.
Okay.
All good. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father?
The police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight.
But that's not... That would mean I was...
Precisely. That you are in fact the son of Carmelo Gusto.
No, that can't be. I'm... My dad was... I remember, don't I? Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No way.
No way. I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? Yeah, just looking forward to the next move in our little chess game. The show's just the icing on top.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it.
I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime.
Speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look at it later.
A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks.
If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have had to end like this.
Huh? You say something?
Me? Oh, there was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco, and farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? And what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable.
Yeah, that's what I get for that big hydrate, isn't it?
That's why I tried to be like Canis. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years.
And there we have it. The truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Canis's correspondent's chess partner. And you were the one manipulating events this whole time.
Oh, you're right. It was me. It was me all along.
At last, he's finally telling the truth.
I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you knew that already.
The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too.
Oh, and they knew it too. That's why Lagarde kept questioning me, day in and day out. It got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there?
But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winner would have sent his men after you.
Drats! I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids and your mangy gumshoe.
Hey, what are you bringing me into this for?
Why?
No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life I'd been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to. Canis, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me.
That's quite a claim. Strange to think of our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of the child he saved.
He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself. And they all became my prey.
But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police.
No. I sure didn't. And as long as Winner was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was all going to go down.
So you saw right through their plan. Now, Chairman Winner would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial. I see. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of law.
Objection.
Maybe I did. But how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago?
Whatever helps you sleep at night. But Winner pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claimed to hate.
Objection.
That's only if I'd actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I'd never do anything so wicked. Never ever. Me? Commit a crime? No, 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 no. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
Objection.
So you admit it. Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge.
Sure, I admit it, so what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringa to tell her about Winner, another to him so he knew about her. But the fact they wanted to kill each other and one of them succeeded, that was all on them. So you take no responsibility for the fact your actions resulted in multiple... Excuse me? Your actions resulted in multiple murders? Right. Same thing at Gourd Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. The whole fake assassination plot? I handed that to Bronco on a plate.
That was part of his plan too? So, Rook's murder was...
Objection.
No, no, no. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? You can't talk like that about a murder. Setting Lagarde up was easy too. I just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chess set.
So it was you who put it in there?
Yes, it was. I thought that might point everybody nicely in Canis's direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that it would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive. And then, things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course.
Who? Me?
You solved both cases and finally brought down Winner and Lagarde. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both.
Objection.
I didn't solve those cases for your sake.
Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right?
What did you say?
All I had to do was cower and say no, 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 no a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are.
Was getting arrested part of your plan too?
No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold for sure. But then who should come through with a turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation. My knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that. You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you. Because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me. Right when I needed it most.
Okay.
Oh, did he? You're sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister. Don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple, painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. The poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Ah, forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from, and yet... You can't prove I incited anything. Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true. You kidnapped me. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information.
Oh, he's a slippery one, I'll give him that.
There's gotta be something we can do. What about this excitement stuff he's talking about?
Incitement, okay? It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself.
Then we just need to prove that he told them to do it. You say that like it's going to be easy.
Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all.
You think you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent's surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape, too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I trained all of these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? All I'd have to do is say the word, then sidle off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't?
You'd sick scoobs on me, right there?
I'm just spitballing. But you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing.
It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go to. But knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst.
Fine, I'll humour you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me, and we're done here, all right? Let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we?
Double penalties? All right. He's not going to give me an inch. Actually, that looks like about 3 inches worth. And there must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished.
I never actually did anything. What's my crime? Explain it to me. You can pin an incitement charge on me. Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always. You can't prove I did anything at all.
I'm just going to start pressing.
Hold it!
You encouraged others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. If I can prove it, you'll be punished just as if you had done the deed yourself.
Yeah, what was the word for it again? I forgot already.
Incitement, K. Chairman Winner, Warden Lagarde, and Bronco Knight. All were criminals in their own right, and all committed unforgivable acts. But all were induced to commit those acts by somebody behind the scenes. This man right here.
Oh, you really don't hold back, do you, Miles? But it doesn't change anything.
Hold it!
Nowhere at all.
What, you didn't look? I can give you a minute if you like.
He's clearly confident that I won't find anything. He must have planned those letters down to the last word.
Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job. But if you can't prove I encouraged them to commit those murders, your incitement charge goes up in smoke. Too bad, so sad, huh, Miles?
Hold it!
I know for a fact that you made those murders happen.
There's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer.
What? You told me yourself.
Objection.
Did I? And you can prove it. If you can't, this ends here. Just ask yourself, could this sweet innocent boy have done the things you're saying? No, 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 no.
I hate to admit it, but he's right. Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. If only we could prove what he said on that phone call. Can we? Was Lloyd recording at that time? No, she was, wasn't she? She was eavesdropping on us at the time. A recording of signals that were intercepted from the bug that was planted in Kay's pin. It's got to include it, right? Objection!
Objection!
Shit.
Objection!
Put it away,
Miles, just put it away.
I haven't even finished speaking yet. No, I swear that sounded so right.
Yeah, you really don't need to. I know a bluff when I see it, and this isn't even a good one. It's written all over your face.
What kind of face am I making?
He's a slippery customer, Miles Reno. That's for dang certain.
Well, it's fine, Fender. I'm not about to give up.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd say something like that. No bet to it. I'll be cheering you on from here. I'll bet you're about to drop a logic bomb that'll blow this case wide open.
I hope so. Either way, we'll get to the truth in the end. Did I present it to the wrong line? This line had a bit of extra dialogue on the end, so I thought that was the key statement. I feel like it has to be the tape recorder, but...
Hold it!
The same story as always? What do you mean by that?
Why does that matter? That's not important here. You know what is important, though? That you can prove nothing. Nothing!
Ugh. Until we have some way of showing that he's guilty, we're just going to continue floundering. Either I thrust items of evidence in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all once more. Whichever method I choose, proof is the only way we're going to get anywhere here. He confessed to me over the telephone. He told me he was the one who made Chairman Winner kill Rosie Ringer. I just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what was said on that call. What am I missing? Am I just presenting it to the wrong statement? I think you can pin an incitement charge, read my letters, I don't mention murder. Would it just be the first line? Because you want your crime explained to you. Did I just present it to the wrong line? Or am I just going to lose even more health? Because I swear this is the key. Objection!
Objection!
It's not. What am I missing here? Does anyone know? Just to get back quicker. It's not that. It's not that. Is it 2 or 4 then? can't prove I did anything. That feels like I can prove something because I have the tapes. Is it the fourth statement then?
Objection!
There we go. God fucking damn it. That was so unclear. Like, I had the answer. But it's like, which part of him asking for proof is the bit that you have to present the proof? I'm afraid you're wrong. I've proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Because you said so yourself.
Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer.
What?
I said that? Weird. I don't remember.
I know you think you can worm your way out of everything. But this time you're wrong.
I am?
Yes, because our conversation was being recorded by someone intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted.
It was?
You got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us?
No.
Langji says, a schemer's schemes will swallow him in the end.
Miss Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please?
You bet I can. Got it. It was this part right here. Mr. Edgeworth, that's Judge Gavel's cell phone.
Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay.
I can't hear, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. It's right around here.
I was surprised as... Huh? That's weird.
There's something wrong, Miss Lloyd.
I'll say. Seems we maybe didn't quite catch the next part on tape. What? Why? How could it not be on there? Oh, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again.
Dude, you're basically admitting it by saying that, but alright.
There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely.
And only the person who planted it would know that, so you're implicating yourself again?
What? I never knew they make those.
Remote control bugs. Sure, they exist, but
They switched it off to avoid being recorded.
bingo!
Objection!
But how? Oh, no, we're just going to glaze over that then? Okay, never mind the fact that that totally implicates himself. Again? What is this goddamn writing, I swear. You had to know you were being recorded in the first place.
Objection!
And I did. Of course I did. It was so obvious that someone was eavesdropping, and that's because... Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the kid prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting.
No. You heard that whole conversation?
I did indeed, old pal. But I must say, I thought you would have figured it all out much sooner. Aren't you supposed to be a genius, prosecutor?
Oh,
Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Oh well. Ah, shucks. So my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all. Come on, I must have recorded something you can use.
if only that were true.
Hey, K-Meister.
Yeah?
The old buggeroo. It was hidden in your pin that whole time, right? Don't shake anything loose from the old brain tree.
I don't know, give me a sec to think. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before.
Objection!
No, they've been saying incitement because it's incitement to commit a crime. I don't think that was a typo. Because if it was, then they've been saying that the whole time. Yeah, it couldn't prove incitement. Yeah, no, that's a different word, Dom. That one's not a typo. That is currently the subject matter we are discussing.
So sad, relying on flawed evidence. desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please.
He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry.
You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before.
Kay had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for?
Started about, let's see now, 2 nights back.
In which case, during which time frame would we be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? Well, 2 nights ago then. Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly play us any tape you have from the night before last.
Huh? Oh, sure thing. That's the sound of a balloon.
Indeed it is. At around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. And he just happened to turn the bug on before he needed to use it, even though it can be activated remotely, so he created this evidence against himself like an absolute idiot. That's where the writing for this case is going at the moment? All right. Which means he can't have been too far away from you, or the bug. Anything else on the recording, I wonder?
Wait, that noise! That was a gunshot.
You turned the bug off then too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. No escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case.
And what are you talking about? Nobody ever even mentioned a gun.
He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present the piece of evidence that proves it. The president. Or the double. Was this one, right? Gunshot residue. Yep, there it is.
Take that!
It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue detected on his hand. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right. She was in the balloon, being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be.
Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave.
And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that? Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me?
What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too.
Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? What would the bullet have struck? Something metal? I mean, more of a metallic part of the balloon, I guess? Which means if we were to examine the frame of the hot air balloon, we'd probably find like a dent in it from a bullet.
Take that!
I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket.
Let's take a look and see, shall we?
Oh, yep, there it is. A hole.
With a bullet stuck in it.
There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. Wait, did he actually die from a hot air balloon landing on him? And yeah, what reason did he have to just suddenly open fire on a hot air balloon flying nearby? He did mention earlier that the thing is pretty heavy. I think this is the true cause of death. I think he landed the fucking hot air balloon on his head.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole?
You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will ya? All right, no need to get cranky. What really happened 2 nights ago? I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gavelle and the President were already there. Came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the President noticed me and he made the good judge leave right away.
And then he just decided to shoot you?
Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. Why was he trying to shoot down the balloon? Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend the judge here. Me? Hey, you told him about Sean. What did you think would happen?
Oh, shit, yeah, because he's the double, so he doesn't want that knowledge to come out.
Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter.
Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid.
Afraid? Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me, he couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander.
Okay. I feel no. He must have had a reason to point a gun at you. He would have just said, hey look, a hot air balloon. I'm going to see if I can shoot it down. Alright. And yeah, a single bullet hole in a hot air balloon would not be enough to, like, ground it. Because, I mean, there has to be a hole in the top of them anyway, specially designed to let some of the air out so it doesn't just... But hot air balloons ascend via buoyancy of gases, because the hot air wants to rise. So that produces a force that lifts the balloon up. So even if you were to shoot a hole in the side of the balloon with a pistol, I don't think that's going to be enough to really ground it. It'd probably affect its efficiency on a smaller scale. But it's not just going to come crashing down. Right? That is if he was trying to aim for the balloon part. How did he see the balloon but Gavelle didn't? Anyway, I'm pressing this. You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket.
Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second you pulled out that gun. Couldn't have my balloon going pop. But it was a close run thing.
So you left right then and there?
Of course I did. He was shooting at me. You saying there's a problem with that?
Does that present a problem? I feel like it has to present a problem or I don't have a case. In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop. It was somewhat hard to shoot down since incendiary bullets would shoot right through without igniting the gas. Huh. Didn't know that. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you?
Oh yeah, guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof.
Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony?
Makes no difference to me. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor.
Except he couldn't have. Yep. Miss Hart was in the 51st floor storeroom the night before last, but did not see the president pass through. Lotta was in there the whole time and didn't see him. He couldn't have entered the hatch. Objection!
Objection!
You're lying to us again.
I am?
The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact.
What?
Oh yeah, if there was a bullet hole in the balloon, it would be... You probably wouldn't notice. Like, when I'm saying it would make a tiny difference, I'm meaning unnoticeable to humans, right? Like, a fraction of a percentage to the balloon's total efficiency with, like, a 9mm bullet hole in it.
Can you believe the word of a 2-bit hack over mine?
If it went through the balloon at such an angle that it didn't escape through, like, the top hole. But yeah, because he was, like, shooting up at it. Because there is a hole in the top for the gas to come out, so it doesn't just, inflate and explode.
I beg your gosh darn pardon. Say that about the chief again, I dare ya. I'll wipe that smile right off of your stupid clown face. So we know that Hart was camped out on the 51st floor that entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof?
An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide an answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities. Which leaves only one possible way of escaping the rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch, the fucking balloon, you goddamn... He flew.
He flew?
Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon.
Objection!
Whoa. Quit fooling around, will ya? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon?
Objection!
There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left the rooftop.
Objection!
You know what this circus is all about. Making the audience think you're in danger. Giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am.
What do you mean?
Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment. You bet your big toe I was. I done said as much in my testimony.
Objection!
Huh. So the noise. The sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch. That didn't scare you so badly that you fainted? Maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say.
What? What happened? That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. Excuse me.
Well, so what if it did? Ain't a girl in the world don't get caught a little unaware sometimes. Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people.
Objection!
It doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof.
Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down that hatch.
What?
But what if he did? What would that mean?
Objection!
Come now, surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. If the president hid until after Miss Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected.
No.
And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart.
Oh, he did it in his own voice. I couldn't tell. Did he have to do that to me in my own voice?
That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal the president while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right. It was Sean who murdered the body double.
Objection!
What possible reason could the boy have for doing so?
Objection!
Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son.
And how did he discover that exactly?
Because I told him. In one of my trademark letters.
What?
He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Huh? Where am I? Maybe I did tell him. Maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? It was my fault the Taurosaurus head fell off that roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today. I swear. Huh. Well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. But who knew it was you who made it fall? And the president died from being crushed, was it? Yeah. All right, well, that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like...
And so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can.
You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winner.
So now you are just admitting to the inciting of the murders, are you?
So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who set old Taurosaurus's noggin a-fallen, It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead, no doubt about it. And what was the motive behind the murder? The truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? The truth. That thing you're so fond of. That's what caused the murder here, not me.
No, that's not possible.
Well, is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy. Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on their handcuffs. What's the matter?
Oh, curse you.
Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You, Winner, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs.
He was alive on the set, wasn't he? We saw him stood up. Yeah, I don't have an explanation for that at the moment. Because if he crushed him on the roof and then loaded him in to drop him off down there, he wouldn't have been stood up, would he? Unless there's some weird convoluted explanation for that. Which there probably will be, because it's Phoenix Wright. I mean, Ace Attorney.
That's not true.
Objection!
I know we're over time, but I feel like we're close to putting a bow on this at long last.
Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid here's a murderer, maybe then they'll finally do something.
Objection!
Wait, what was the time? Was that the total time difference? Hang on. Filmed yesterday evening. It was not 2 days ago, that was yesterday evening. That was the night before the body was found. Yesterday evening. Is there a timestamp? That is yesterday night. Right, or is that 2 days ago? That's the 4th. What day is it today? That doesn't have a date on it. Oh god, what's the date of the video game? We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint.
How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony. Well, as long as you know what you're doing.
Yep, he's not holding back.
What, did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line too? Hey, Mouserino? Take a deep breath for me, would you?
Why would I do that, Fender?
Because it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not, but rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? Yeah, when he was dead.
This isn't complicated. This isn't really a think-out-the-box measure that we need to do here. It's just, yeah, he was dead. That's why he was fine with it. This isn't a big revelation. A turnabout in thinking?
Forget the interruption, just my 2 cents worth, or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era.
He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon? He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No. There were no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case, surely not. Look, if it said yesterday evening, it's probably going to be before 11 p.m. So I think he was on the set before he went upstairs. Because he was probably thinking about taking out Sean.
Are you about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for.
Oh, this is going to be tricky. But I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. Now, I feel I already know what I'm going to do. Let me get to the statement about him, there. You thought he was crushed by the model monster head. I can prove... Well, actually I can't prove. It's more of a theory than anything. But I feel like I need to present the possibility that he was crushed by your hot air balloon instead. Objection!
Objection!
Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster.
What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right?
Valerie
Did he
needs
use his
water.
special powers?
Stop slouching.
Okay, now you're just trying to get me to burp, aren't you? The only person in communion with monsters was you.
Sorry, but you must have me mixed up with somebody else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. Oh, wait, can I?
You're talking about the lion balloon?
Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air. But a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself.
I said it might be.
I didn't say it was going to be.
Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly?
Objection!
But streaming helps relieve my stress. And it'll all come flooding back as soon as I hit that stop recording button. So maybe I want to go longer. You seemed very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, it was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof, having been killed by your balloon.
Go. I get it. That thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few 100 pounds, right?
When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose, landing the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him. Yeah, hot air balloons don't really descend fast enough to not be, like, dodged easily, but I had a feeling that's where this was going. Like, you know, just a little sidestep and you're good. Especially if he was still in the process of ascending, because you'd need to wait for the hot air to cool down as it escapes the top of the balloon, and then it would slowly begin a descent, which would accelerate over time. But still... Because what you took away was his dead body.
Objection.
Oh, wait a minute now, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago, which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong.
It would?
Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again, it's written right there. Time of death, April 5th, approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day.
Yeah.
April 5th? That was yesterday, which means... Exactly. It means he died when the Taurosaurus head fell off that roof. All right, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of a father would do that? No, that's not what happened. I already told you. I didn't know who he was until today. Oh, but you did know because I told you myself.
Can my theory really have been so wide off the mark? Wide of the mark? Yeah, no, wide of the mark. Yeah, no. Look, reading's hard.
I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winner and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed. And by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction.
If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow?
And what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto? You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there.
Of course, Gusto. The IS-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been the obvious suspect.
Bingo!
I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall, too. How can you say that? He was your father. It's so scary. Miss Lagarde just keeps asking and asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of a person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father? What a joke.
Objection!
You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death just as he did.
Oh, that's right. We had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. A
refrigeration unit in a depot? I threw off the time of death? And how did I do that exactly?
By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You hid the body right here. Oh yeah, if like forensics were competent, you would be able to tell if a body had been frozen, right? I think it was here that they were held.
Take that!
You needed to keep the body cool somewhere. And you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew that the two were connected?
You're talking about the kidnapping again? Why are we bringing that up now?
Because much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago.
What? You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me?
A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless.
Objection!
Shut up. I'm nothing like him. I could never be like him. He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike.
Objection!
Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and Augusto have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't know what is. You don't understand.
You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar.
Sniffle. Die. Ah!
I can't do a believable scream like that. Not without like soundproofing an entire room.
Or should I say, I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit, and the kidnapping, nothing to do with me.
Objection!
Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Gavelle. We know for a fact you were involved.
Objection!
You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles. What aren't you going to accuse me of? But it changes nothing. You still don't have any proof of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Oh, wait, or are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old winner playbook?
Never! I would never do that! Can't let myself rise to the provocation.
What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that. But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. Legard, winner, and now you. None of you can touch me. This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do?
Everything points to this man being our culprit. But we need evidence, even just one piece. The one piece is real.
All right, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event, though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free, if you'll finally admit defeat. Who was that?
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Gummy, where have you been?
I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me.
And, Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report?
I had to look into a few things real quick, sir. About the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It was registered to the very big circus, just like you said.
And there it is. Just in the nick of time.
Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint?
Must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit?
A valid question, I suppose, but we're no experts on the circus trade. How fucking dumb do you have to be to register your kidnapping location under the company you work for? For fuck's sake. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Berry?
We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals, but I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing. Ah, you fool! Simeon, you're scaring me.
Such a shame. But rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead.
Ah!
But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything all right? You're looking a little pale.
Don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory.
I am. Perhaps you could enlighten us.
You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. And I know you don't, because there isn't any.
Iggy.
I'm afraid there is.
Whoa, who is that great detective?
What?
If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, there should be traces of your misdeed on the balloon itself, right?
Take that!
Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need.
The balloon again? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find? Yeah, I expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? If there's truth to be found, then he'll find it. He's a hero of justice.
He sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of way tighter spots than this one.
Like, if you hit someone hard enough across their whole body to cause death, that kind of impact leaves behind evidence. You know, we just need to find just some trace DNA of the guy on the underside of that basket, or on the inside for when you transported the corpse. And that's it.
What they said. We believe in you, Miles Areno. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is.
Valerie. Water.
What?
Stop slouching.
Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away.
The president's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last.
I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man.
This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president? Well, if not blood, then the pollen. Trace amounts of the pollen? Do I present the flowers then? I think that's where this is going.
Take that!
When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies.
Lion lilies. Symbol of the connection between parent and child. Popular flower back in Shangfa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that'll be rotting at the dump by now? A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? There's so much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. That's got nothing to do with any of this.
Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The President held on to them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of the evidence. No, wait, yeah, because the flowers were found by Sean. So he must have kept the flowers after killing him and getting it on the balloon, and kept them when he froze him, so he could take the flowers and create more evidence? Eh? If he just disposed of the flowers, we might have never known they existed. So then we would never have found this connection. Because Gavel might not have come forward about the actual truth, because it was finding out all of how this was connected that she came forward with the information that... Oh my gosh. If he got rid of the flowers, he would have gotten away with it, but he kept them. The President held on to them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence.
What? What are you talking about?
The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find?
No. You don't need to do that. You looked all over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Objection!
Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint.
Huh?
Emma,
Yeah?
I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind.
Leave it to me. All right, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? Ah, I've got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. It's from the same flowers. Shouldn't take more than a quick test to prove it. What?
And there we have it. You murdered the President, and this murder you carried out yourself.
No, how could this? No.
You crushed the President with that balloon. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit, and kept the flowers for some reason.
Well, why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body?
Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening.
Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder.
Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans.
I get it. And he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right?
Indeed not. So, while returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night, he must have observed the fire Sean caused and the Taurosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder. Oh yeah, nobody saw the balloon at all. The only person who saw the balloon apparently was the President, because it's the only time in the entire case that it's come up.
God! You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward.
In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the President's body from the balloon to the lot below. And while he was dangling from that rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. Oh, that was him being lowered into position? Then why are his arms all flexing? That is not what a limp body being lowered by a rope looks like in any shape or form.
How did you see through it all? How?
You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case, just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all powerful, but your reign is at an end.
Animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Money and Isaiah. They thought you were their friend, but you're not. They're sad and mad all at the same time. Stop it! Stop looking at me like that!
Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. Yeah, he would not have looked like that at all, because if he... It's bizarre to me how in-depth he's still maintaining his poise? Because in case one, when we saw who he really was, when he sort of deflated, that would be like his normal state, wouldn't it? So wouldn't he look like how he did at the end of case 1 when he died? And not all buff and constant flexing? I don't know. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper.
Don't. Get away from me. Get away from me. Leave me alone. Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I'm not the bad one. They are. Why, Bronco? Why'd you stop me from going to see my dad? Surely none of them did what they did. I wouldn't have had to. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone. Nobody to help me. But that man, he helped me. Canis was the only one who ever helped me. So what if I used people? I had to. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. That hurts. Just stop it. No. Ah. No. No.
That was a very nice right hook from Scoobs there.
Seems the game is up at last. Oh.
The killer!
Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I am free to...
No!
Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun. Please. Not only are you carrying one, you are just about to draw it.
Must have stolen it from the president after murdering him.
This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied to about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised.
He kept evidence of the gun. Yeah, if we just literally searched him, it also would have been entirely over. And I think we have reasonable cause to, go ahead with like a pat down.
But that was not your true crime.
And then we would have found the decoy president's fingerprints on it. We would have found evidence that it was fired.
But that was not your true crime. No, thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me, that is the crime for which you are about to pay.
No!
What? You. It's been a while, the killer.
Step aside, Canis. That man is my target.
I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade.
And if I refuse?
Let us just say that I might not take the loss of the one life that I ever save too well.
You save a life? Bodied harmer Canis, the blind butcher himself.
Preposterous, I know. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one, that of an innocent young pup. And he, in his turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like. I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another.
I ask that you let this particular target live.
Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you.
Thank you. I am in your debt.
You need not thank me. Why is the killer trying to kill him? He literally explained his motivation just like 2 minutes ago, Bird. Did you look away? Did you just miss all of it? How nearly half of that entire dialogue before Canis interrupted was him explaining his motivation on how Simeon hired him to kill the president, but didn't tell him it was the body double, so he felt misled. And since he feels misled, he feels a broken bond of trust with him and his with his client, which is an unbreakable bond, which he now takes as an act of revenge to put right. Okay, I guess you did miss it all. Okay.
I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. No! Get back here! You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways. And you have done just that. All right, I suppose we'd better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits.
Doesn't it, Helmet?
Yes, it does.
Why is it so easy to escape police? Because the police are incompetent. The police keep catching the wrong people. The police keep wrongfully convicting innocent people. It's almost like this entire series is a statement on the status of the Japanese legal system. Ace Attorney says ACAB. Truly, it does.
Oh, hello. You killed my dad, didn't you, old man? I will not lie. I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. But I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case. Sean, no! You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it and cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway. I want revenge. I want it so badly. Sean, don't do it! Please, Sean, I beg of you. At least, I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took. Ew, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel good. Trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out, numbs it. Maybe it does, and listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted.
Sean?
But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge, how does that help anybody else? If I become a murderer, my mum suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I work with. They're counting on me, and they worry about me. Thoughtful words indeed, little one. Yeah? Well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you, but I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, the prosecutor, people like that. Sean. Wow, you may be young, Sean, but way wiser than I'll ever be.
Oh yeah, Kay would have gone straight for the throat. You could at least consider trying to be better yourself, Kay.
Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup. On our way? To where? Where else? To the prison. Our home. Our home?
Oh, he gets to live happily ever after with his adoptive father that is a master assassin. And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. April 8th, 2:54 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, what's the big idea, big guy? You want to tell us what we're doing here?
Mr. Edgeworth. Your request has been processed and approved.
Huh? Your what now?
I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated.
Your badge? What is the meaning of this?
I'm returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer.
Still can't believe you did that for me.
A great man once said that an attorney's job is to be a friend to the friendless, and to trust his clients to show him the way to the truth. That man's image will be forever burned into my memory. My father in the courtroom, fighting for those who could not fight for themselves.
Good old Gregory.
But that was his path. Your path. Mine lies elsewhere.
Mr. Edgeworth.
My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was.
Well, then I guess that's that.
I'm sorry.
Nah, I dig it. And besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up.
It is.
Alright then. Looks like our work together's diddly done.
Phoenix has been mentioned, but not by name.
Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members.
I understand.
Hey, Milester. Care to tell me why, at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on?
Otherwise it would cause a time paradox when Apollo's trilogy started. I mean, you once asked me something, Fender.
You gonna keep fighting crimes as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer.
I've been thinking about that question ever since. About how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor.
But can you also do that as an attorney?
Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him his ability to believe in a just world. Turned him into the Joker, baby. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you, to lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty, so I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Not gonna show him, though. We're not gonna show him. Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police.
No. I sure didn't. As long as Winner was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again.
I want to help people like him.
And how do you plan to do that?
If he'd been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened.
Chairman Winner made a mockery of justice, and in so doing drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions.
Well, you can say that again. Yep, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect.
But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn.
Oh, very Milesarino. I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself? That's lawyering on hard mode.
I understand that, but somebody has to do it.
Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change. Adapt or perish, am I right? You're gonna smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. One of many, apparently. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a real big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud as all get out.
Fender, thank you.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway.
Please.
That's lawyering on hard mode.
Don't worry, Fender. I'm being guided by a cute lizard who knows how to expertly parry things.
What?
Nothing.
Gosh hecky.
By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law.
Yay. All right, you're a prosecutor again.
Best news I've heard all week, sir.
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoop. Your pops is gonna want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time.
Thank you again, Fender. For everything.
Don't thank me yet. The next time you see me could be across the courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle.
I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon.
Alrighty, Fender out.
Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thank you, Judge Gavel. I owe you more than I can say.
You do?
You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed.
Not at all. I was never truly alone.
That's right. You had the Goddess of Justice on your side.
Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law, and to overcome them.
And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve.
I'll look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon.
As will I. You did not see the best of me when last I oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality.
Judge Gavel, I don't mean to call your motivation into question.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
But, to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then when all is said all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based in that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me. This is my opinion, nothing more.
You're right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them. For Sean's sake more than anyone's.
Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died.
So you see, there is something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things.
Well, that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection, but I must grow. As a servant of the law, and as a mother. That I believe above all else.
I see. It seems that we both have plenty still to learn.
Indeed. We are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths, and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey.
I lost the title of prosecutor, but now I've regained it. And in so doing, I've seen a new way forward, a new path for justice, and I'm determined to follow that path until it finally leads me to the truth. No matter how hard it might be, no matter what obstacles may arise, woe betide anybody who stands in my way, for whoever they may be, whatever they might stand for, I'll lift my voice and shout objection.
Fucking auto-advancing text!
So, Chief, what kind of scoop we looking to land ourselves next, huh? Then I'll teach you nothing, knucklehead. We're journalists, dang it. Leads are our stock and trade, our bread and butter. You don't just hand that stuff over, not even to your danged apprentice. Sorry, Chief. Guess I still got a whole bunch to learn, huh? Well, alright then. Better go track down some leads my own self. That's the spirit. You go get 'em, champ. Before you mosey on down the way. Mind, sharing what kind of leads them there leads might be? Huh? But, Chief, you... Come on now, I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? Can't hold out on the boss. Oh, come on, Chief, that's cold.
A new path for justice has arrived. An Apollo justice. Ice cream. My arm wound has yet to fully heal, even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller. Although I have been thinking that perhaps crepes would be more my speed. Well, no. I'm sure there'll be time to ponder the matter before my next job comes in.
Yo, you might have knocked me on my butt, wise guy, but I ain't out for the count just yet. I'll be keeping my guard. I'm looking for an opening. We'll get out of this dump yet. Ain't that right, Teddy? Second the bell rings, the next round of escape shenanigans will come out swinging. Till then, it's training, training, and more training.
Oh god, Mr. Saw It. You want to know if I'm still planning on becoming an animal stylist? Sure, I'm still studying every single day. Still up to my elbows in mud. But I guess it suits me better than being a newspaper salesman. I plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away? Now because I helped Warden Lagarde? Why do you think I'd be so nice to these stupid frickin' animals? I don't care about the frickin' license, I just want to get out of here. Why me? Dude, you still killed someone.
I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still, can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. Show must go on. Can't let the magic department and the ventriloquy department get the better of us. We'll light up that stage and blow away the competition and all those awful memories with it.
Again.
I must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. 18 years ago, I saved a life, and the troublesome child is still keeping me busy to this day. And now here we are, back in a cage. Well, we'll have company soon at least, won't we, boy? Yes, our friend the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around. No, they won't.
What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet.
Oh, so soft, fluffy and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight.
I'll always be waiting for you, Judy. I'll come visit you every day, just like you and Eddie did when I was in here.
You have so much to thank him and Mr. Edgeworth for. Most of all, the fact that I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson.
Not just you. They gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is finally paying off.
Oh, hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. I owe you a great big thank you, you know. And dear old Greggy Pegleg, too, of course. After all, it's thanks to all of you that I can eat Sammy Poople's sweets again. I'm even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm going to call it Snacker's Delight. It makes your stomach so small you can only eat snacks. So you can get skinny as a tent peg and love every minute. I'm going to make a fortune.
There's generally a reason why medicine isn't made to taste nice, so you don't just start chugging it.
Man, I've met so many beautiful people now. I'm drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work. She took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam! Just like that. And then she left. I guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. So I've got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my art or follow my heart? By heart, I mean new girlfriend. You got that right?
Okay.
Badster, the Badinator. Seriously though, thanks for the assist today, good buddy.
You want me to talk about IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work.
Yeah, Mazzarino chose a different path from his old man in the end. A path that means we can't work together, but that won't stop me looking in on him from time to time.
You've come pretty far yourself.
Holy macaroni! A compliment from Big Bad Detective Bad? Am I dreaming? Well, flattery will get you everywhere, old pal. If you ever need a little fender magic, just say the word. It looks like they'll be letting me off a little easier than I thought for what I did. I guess because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Ow!
Hey, Val.
Ain't no such
What do you
thing as
think about
easy
some-
when it comes to crime,
Stop
dang
slouching.
fool child. Sorry, Grandma. I still feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to stay out here with you. What's that? You think we should be getting back to work? I guess you're right. Can't keep the dead waiting.
Right, now I can have a drink. Not during the auto-advancing dialogue.
Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, right? Even if I do have to jump right back on a plane again and go back to Europe. All this flying around, it's gonna get tiring. Still, it's all part of becoming a first-class forensic investigator. Guess I better get going. Oh, but if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running. You know I will.
How many of these QA were spell checkers, do you reckon?
The greater one's father, the greater the pressure to be great. But Eustace Winner, was it? He has chosen his own path now, and he will be tested, just as I was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his own father lived. That, too, is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with.
There's quite a few people on QA here. Kind of wonder if it was more of a time issue.
My father hid a secret, or a burden, I could only have imagined. I thought only of my family name. He thought of so much more. He thought of our entire nation. I mean to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter, even if the real president is long dead. Even if it takes all my effort, and all my men's effort, Zheng Fa will rise again, and I can't wait for you to see it.
I gave up on the winner thing, and told everybody to stop calling me that. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. Pretty soon I'll be better than him and better than Edgeworth, so watch out. First order of business, get a new nickname.
So, do you plan to stop immediately accusing the first person you see?
No. Well, it was eventful to say the least, but we got it done. Movie's going down great.
I think the murder stories in the gossip magazines might have helped. Big bad man emerges from Big Bad Bull. Revealed true face of monster behind Zheng Fa president murder plot. Wait, this is a picture of you, Mr. Power.
What? But why?
It's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come and see the movie, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Always painted the villain.
I very much enjoyed the movie, Sean. It's nothing. It wasn't even a big part. The boy who befriended both Taurosaurus and Gordy, they don't come bigger than that. And it was the role you were born to play. You think? Well, it would be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. And I kind of like acting.
Same.
Hey, can we pick something up before we head back? I wanted to get some lion lilies for my dad. Of course. I'll buy some too. For Emily.
Oh, is this when most of my social energy comes out? April 8th, 4:17 p.m. Prosecutor's Building. High Prosecutor's Offices.
Oh, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir?
Unbelievably so. What's wrong with your voice? Are you having a stroke? How did so many important cases all come along at once?
There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way.
Wait, so, all that stuff happened because of you?
No, Gummy, how could you say that?
And yes, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Well, Kay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice?
Yeah, good question.
What? You're not sure?
How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief, just like he was.
The Yatagarasu, or a Yatagarasu at least.
But watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life, too. It's just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate.
She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade.
I'm gonna be my own hero.
That sounds like an admirable plan indeed.
I'll be giving up the name, though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right?
Whatever name you pick, you'll always be Kay to us, Kay. And you'll always be a hero.
Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too.
You bet I will. And I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. Well, I'll be counting on you, sir.
Yes, and I'll be counting on you too, Detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days, you've helped us out too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise.
Huh?
Huh?
Oh, wait. Oh, you mean?
And what's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, Detective.
You will? Well, this is unbelievable, sir.
No way, go Gummy.
It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind.
I don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just you wait and see.
Bender and Judge Gavelle set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy. Nonetheless...
Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead.
Sean is 13. So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds.
I almost forgot. What is it? I was trying to find other members for my Yatagarasu team, right?
I do vaguely remember something about that.
I never even found a single one. We're gonna be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream.
You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it.
Well, I can't stop now, can I, Mystic? We're in the frickin' epilogue. Yeah, I guess I do.
Do you want me to stop? All right, we'll stop right now. Let me just save right now, and we'll wrap up there because Mystic says I'm going too much over time. Right, okay, well, let's get the schedule up then, and we can discuss what we're doing tomorrow, because we'll have to wrap this up tomorrow now, because Mystic said so. Ah, you implied it.
Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all.
A 10-minute stream tomorrow to finish. Can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case.
So as long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. Nothing at all. Oh, that wasn't a challenge, though. You see, I only do it when it's funny. I'm a massive, massive hypocrite. Now I follow a path of my own making. But not alone. I have some colourful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me. And I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney.
Money!
My father's path and mine are
Warbird
different.
CEO of
Thank
Freedom
you,
just
Bird.
tipped £22.
Thank you very much.
Overtime pay for an overworked gamer mate.
Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because, of course, both end at the truth. Ah, good game. I do have some issues with the plot, but I did enjoy Eustace's arc a lot. But I did feel that final case with how the evidence and testimony was presented toward the end did start to fall apart. Like, I felt like we were constantly 3 or 4 steps ahead of what was going on. Alright, let me put this down. Yeah, okay. Right. But yeah, I should make like a full tier list of all the cases across all the games when I'm really good at this. Are you telling me there are people out
Valerie
there
reads
that wouldn't have seen
Stop slouching.
the tarp over the camera crane and not put 2 and 2 together and go, oh yeah, that's actually a monster? I am sorry for those people. I did Mystic. Well, I've got partway through it and I just kind of burnt out because I thought Case 2 sucked that badly. Like, it felt insulting to my intelligence so much. I know I played the first 2 cases. That's what I'm reiterating. I got stuck a couple times. There was that one point where I couldn't determine where to frickin' pronounce the frickin' evidence to. Because I felt like the writing wasn't very clear. Because usually it's been pretty clear, like, this is the key statement, this is what I've got to fight in this piece of testimony. Because I've said it out loud at times, like, alright, yeah, we know that's happened, right, this is the key statement, this is where I press, this is where I get new information, this is where I present the evidence. And there have been times where I've been unsure and I just pressed everything anyway. The camera crane should have had yellow paint on it. I think the tarp actually was yellow, but the camera shot from back then was in black and white because it was like a flashback. We should add yellow to the black and white flashbacks so gamers know it's a flashback. Gosh, Hecky, I am so goddamn hungry. Thank you for that donation. That's going to pay for food. Right, let's quit out. I need to add this to the completed list. Sepia Town? No, you can't do that because then gamers will think you're in Mexico. Right, I'll get the completion list ready and I'll add this to it shortly. For now, let's go over the schedule. Let's put social links in chat if you want to keep up to date with the streams. If you're watching on YouTube, you can find these same links in the description beneath the video. If you want to keep up to date with everything, everything is there. Discord, Blue Sky, tip page, wish list page. If you want to, you know, no obligation to give anything. You can just have a nosy if you like. It's like, oh, Iggy wants that. Interesting. And then judge me. Right. So that's going to be the end of the VOD. So goodbye, YouTube.